the channel?
No one. Except for Araxis and you, Lecter. Bad Lecter. Don't get any ideas.
What are you
Yeah, I'm
doing?
just providing commentary by changing the channel name.
Oh,
Oh
goodness.
no, I'm just gonna quickly shill.
Okay.
I'm
Bye. I'll see you in the
what?
stream.
Take care.
See you guys.
Bye.
Good luck.
There's still so many fucking people in here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh
I'm
boy.
going to provide another screenshot. Assemble.
Dun dun. Assemble.
Meanwhile, Perry peacefully sleeping, not aware of the current war or anything going on.
Oh.
Again,
It's
also
kind of sad that
Blake's
pretty much no
unaware.
one can see this, but just for reference, this is what it currently looks like for Araxis and me.
We are Legion.
We are Legion.
This is a full table flip, by the way. I just couldn't fit it in.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
Well, I'm certain the images of of Doctor Strange and Wong. Doctor Strange is Lictor, and Wong would be the rest of the Platinum series.
Wow, under
Curious concept.
See, Terry is either Drax or, there's the Hulk. It's one of those.
Okay.
Not the smart Hulk, to be clear here.
So to put in perspective, we're live. So welcome to session 78. Right?
Yep.
Very close, very pog. Oh boy. This is gonna be a woozy. This is gonna be a doozy. This is gonna be an interesting little thing. Because we got two guests of a previous session who retired, but they're gonna be brought up for a split second. So I guess I gotta ask a simple question to all of you. I guess this time instead of 6, 8 people, are you ready to do this? Are you ready?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we're
I don't
response.
know what
Do
I'm ready
it.
for, but let's do it.
Good morning.
No, but let's do it anyway. My constant response.
Oh, fuckity, fuck. Okay.
What'd you do?
No, this is my. Oh god, this is gonna be a bit heavy of a beginning. A lot of stuff will be said. So, last we left off, ship was getting repaired. You did not move no more than a few inches from your original position, as Lecter got a lot of information from suggestions from Jack to set up a feast, to what's happening in Norn, which with some realization you realize that there's a massive creature in the center where Forge Knight was emerging from the soil, led by Omnius and some other entity, some sort of cloaked individual with maggots for its limbs and face. As you tried to commune more and more to the island, all of a sudden, you got tainted by it, by this parasite. And Terry, out of what he's seen for the past few days with Paranormal, struck at you, and by that, provoked the parasite to go into him, causing him to go catatonic.
Atomic.
Yes, and you decided to actually put him in a demiplane, or specifically, basically quarantining him so he does not spread anything. But as you opened up the gate, a split in the hinges happened, and he got sucked somewhere else. Not knowing of Terry's fate, and knowing that morale, especially with Newton Kirkins, is somewhat low, you decided to gather everyone, and I mean everyone on board the ship, and essentially gave a speech to all. Not only the people of the ship listen, which you, with a very good roll, natural 20 on that, you got everybody's morale going once again. But also, you got 2 other individuals who never really set a foot on the ship. that of Zircon and that of Rhea, both in their own way offering allegiances or alliances to the cause. Both taken, everybody's kind of celebrating what might be the final few weeks before something severely good or bad happens. You were, you could say, lured to the center, to the top of the main deck by Sveta, who she offered you to dance, where you danced the night away. But because you're more fortunate, you don't really have any flesh or blood, and since somebody by the name of Julie offered drunkenly herself, you were left on the main deck. Few hours after this, as everything settled down in the entire ship and everybody either passed out or went to sleep, Terry returned from a very peculiar place.
Poof.
With two individuals. An elf, an old elf that has recollection of this world by the name of Morgana, that almost a few minutes after brought back was whisked away by Rhea, notified by Palix. And a human with a odd companion of a decapitated wolf's head made of shadow flowing above him, which Terry told him to just stay by Lecter and wait for him to wake up, and told that Terry sent him to you. So, Lecter, you been seeing the sky shift from the night to the day, and you can see the rays of light through the clouds light up the area, and you do not blink, but all of a sudden you just sprung into action as if like a sudden shock. The first thing you see is a few feet to your left by the railing. Sitting is a dude that you never seen before in his mid-20s, maybe earlier, just looking overboard. What would you like to do, Lecter?
There's no one else
Nope.
around anywhere, right?
Nope. It seems to. Oh yeah, because you have key mind. It's about 6:30 a.m. in the morning, and you see this individual just kind of looking overboard, not minding what's in front of him.
Still kind of sitting on the ground. I would prepare some kind of defense, like legit being a bit frightened for passing out again. With mostly unsure, who are you and what are you doing on my ship?
He almost immediately snaps back at you, kind of looks at you, slightly grits his teeth. Oh, you don't blink, do you? Oh, that's fucking weird.
What about it?
It's not a common thing, you know that, right?
Of course.
Never mind that. Terry, even though he said that he's not Terry, told me to stay here and wait for you to wake up while he went to bed. And he kind of extends the hand and just in the greeting.
Lecter would still have the energy like crackling in one of his hands, but still take the handshake carefully.
Mm-hmm.
when did he ask you?
Oh boy, I do not really keep track of time much. But about 2-3 hours ago, we were in the place, and then he arrived into it and had a bit of an argument with the local resident of an elf by the name of Morgana, and apparently he had a wish spell, and now we're here, and I'm here as well. Because apparently I'm an expert in what you're facing.
Are you? Like this hand would like retract from the handshake, and would actually grab onto the banner on his back, just in case.
He just kind of shrugs slightly. Well, I mean, I guess, and also there is a reason that you have an infestation of sorts of shit. The human just kind of stands up, stretches a bit. You hear just a natural crack from a shoulder, like several bones that should not be that would just snap, and then extends his hand. As I guess you're still laying or sitting.
Sitting, yeah.
Yeah, he would extend the hand. You can walk, right? You.
Trying to get up, can I walk?
Yeah, you feel nothing out of the ordinary with you. Just the awkward thing of just blankly forgetting what the fuck happened. The last thing you remember was getting carried by Zvira, her face full of ecstasy and excitement, and next thing is you're staring blankly into the sky.
Do you know where he went? Just downstairs?
I have no clue. He went to bed. I don't know where his bed is. Actually, did not even went below deck. Also, you have a flying ship, which is odd.
What about it?
It's flying.
Yes.
Not. Never mind.
There are cities that fly as well, so... What's so unusual about having a smaller vessel?
He squints at your sentence and then shrugs. Wacky world, I guess. Wacky world.
Alright. I'm gonna send a message to my own simulacrum.
Mm-hmm.
Ask him to come up and take over, like, staying with this person for a while.
Mm-hmm.
While I myself go downstairs looking for Terry.
Okay. So, Gen, Ravan, Ken, and not Terry actually. You all wake up without a hitch in your own bedrooms. Ken, you didn't drink much, if at all, making essential antidotes for hangovers. Ravan, you drank quite a bit, but nothing too severely.
There's one thing. There's also one thing I want to mention. The night before, like as in before I essentially went to bed or passed out, I cast the spell Word of Recall so that I could set the ship as the sanctuary point, meaning I can teleport back.
Noted. And again, you don't really recall. You recall being in a pool, and that's the last thing you really recall. But now you're just in your bed, still in your clothing, smelling of seawater. But
That's cool. Yeah, I'm gonna get up and change. Some clean clothes.
there. So yeah, after takes a minute or so, your Electrum walks up. just starts staring at the human. The human stares at it back, looks at you. Okay, I guess I'll sit here then, and sits down.
Make yourself comfortable for now. I'll be back for a conversation later. And you tell me if anything goes wrong. Okay. Back and forth, stupid stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Looking for Terry.
It takes you a good minute and a half finding his room. It's not difficult.
He doesn't have a room.
Does he not? I thought he did.
Not yet. So far, he only...
Where did I sleep last time? That's where I'm sleeping now.
Oh,
The last time you slept was inside my magnificent mansion.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Well, he went where he thought the magnificent mansion was, where he thought.
Which honestly is kind of funny because that is the room that Omnius used to live in.
Yeah, alright, so I'm sleeping in there then.
Oh, so you're face down in the dirt, quite literally.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't remember this place being so dirty.
Okay,
There's
roll
also
me.
bits of there may be porcelain shards also in there.
Okay, so it takes additional few minutes, but you finally just go through all the rooms. You realize that getting a black-cladded individual in armor is not actually hard to track sleeping. And Terry does snore, as he said, so you can clearly find a source of snoring somewhere. And yeah, you find him just laying in a patch of consecrated dirt, where Omnius once set his project. And he's just asleep in dirt, covered in mud.
Wait, consecrated? Oh, because I was in there and ascended and concentrated the earth around me.
Yes.
That's funny. That's actually funny.
Terry, you would be very rudely woken up.
How are you waking me up? That's an important question.
First, shaking on the shoulder.
Would not work. Try again.
Are you immune to fire damage?
You have no idea.
Do you sleep in your armor?
Yes, he is sleeping.
Yes, he normally
1 second. Heat metal.
How much damage you deal to
You
him?
jerk.
2d6.
Okay.
I wonder.
Against the dexterity saving throw, but being
That
in
doesn't
his own
matter.
armor. Like,
That
yeah.
doesn't matter. So, yeah, so, like, Terry kind of rolls over and starts stretching out. Kind of looks up. Hey, actor. Jeez, are we fine? I don't remember the room being
How
so far.
the fuck did you get out of there?
That's right. This is your first time working with me. It's. Jeez, give me a second, man. Whew.
I
Why
cast
is it so hot in
levitate.
here?
I cast levitate, get you into a standing position.
Anyone smell something? Callie. Well, let's see. You see kind of Terry take a second to sort himself out. Right. So, after the parasite sent me to another dimension, or that's at least what I remember happening, I was transported into a cave. I went traveling through that for a small bit, climbed up a mountain, randomly met an elf that has been cut off from Mistral. That was a fun conversation. And then, lastly, I met with a guy who apparently knew a lot about parasites. He went on talking about them. I didn't know what the hell he was talking about, so I thought I'd just bring him back here. And that's about it, really.
The back of Lecter's head blows a fuse.
Yeah, there's a reason that Julie De Silvis trusts me as a meat shield. It's because usually killing me isn't enough to kill me. Alright. I'm gonna get breakfast if you want to walk and talk.
Definitely. There will be someone accompanying us. I'll send a message to my simulacrum that he would please bring our unexpected guest to the mess hall.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this it goes along. You hear Terry just like mention, like, yeah, no, this isn't the first time I've been thrown out of the dimension or whatever. No, well, I don't know if it was different dimension, just different time. I don't know if that. And you can see Terry kind of just mumbling to himself about adventures of who know what happened.
So yeah, I guess Ken, Revan, again, anything you wish to do in this early morning, as you're all wide awake and have no problems with anything.
I want to know where the fuck what room am I in?
You have
Because I
no clue.
also was in the
You have no clue.
You're upside down in a broom closet.
fair.
Oh wait, no,
I-
you woke up back in your original room.
Oh no.
There's no original room. We
There is
established
no-
that doesn't
Oh wait, no,
exist.
that's right. No, they'd be in the broom closet. That'd be funnier.
Okay.
I remember this being
stumble
bigger.
stumble out of the closet. And
Get
I
out of the closet, damn it!
I come out of the closet and I'm like, I don't know how this happens, but I feel like this is Terry's fault. And I
Natural
search for
response.
Terry.
Okay. Ken, Revan, you?
How are the
Well,
scientists doing?
Well, you don't see any. You look around the workshop. The workshop is fucking empty. The only thing that you can see is the actual generator working. Nothing else. Going to the tavern though, you see everybody's in the hallway too, or inside of it, passed out and asleep. And the first.
Well, it's a good thing we prepped all
And-
them Bloody Marys for these folks.
And the first
Poor
thing,
schmucks.
and the first thing you all meet as you walk to the tavern is a humanoid individual that you've never seen before. A human that is just standing with an electric simulacrum by like a few feet into the entrance. Is just kind of looking at all the bodies just asleep. So yeah.
Ken, I had a thought since we're still partners to the bastard. Let me hear me taught it. Trying to speak to you from behind. The Black Emperor, he had 2 ancient dragons with him, right?
Technically, he had 3, but we killed one of them and took it away.
Okay, 3, that makes it even better. Do you suppose he had a massive hoard of gold?
Hard to say.
Well, I'm thinking of going over there and stealing all of it. If I get as many bags of holding as I can possibly carry. I'll need to talk to the Lector about it first. To see if he can get me inside that inner sanctum. But, considering we could be sitting on a literal gold mine, might as well get it. It was a bit of divine clarity this morning.
That might be a thing we might have to do later. We're still working through the funds from last time.
Well, I understand that. I'm thinking for the long term.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, I just had for some reason my Discord just went bananas. Give me a second. Okay, continue.
Yeah. There could be some really good stuff in that vault if it does exist. I'll need to check. We know that the guy killed himself with that book. That's the reason this place is now a frozen wasteland. If there's anything in that, if there's anything there that you want me to bring back, like a bit of a dragon, his head, if it's still there, just let me know.
If I think of anything, I will. Now, in the meantime, if you excuse me, I'll have to prepare for when these blokes stop waking up. I've prepared a bunch of Bloody Marys for them.
Godspeed. Literally.
Yep. And then I'm gonna start making sure everything's all nice for when they start going up. And while I'm doing that, I'm gonna start sketching plans for a power suit.
Roll me an intelligence check.
Thought you were in the middle of doing that beforehand. When everyone was getting drunk.
I was doing that as well as this as well, so yes.
So, yeah. So eventually, I guess everybody, I guess again would be the last as he's still dazed. Electric Terry, you eventually make it to the tavern, and yeah, you just see
of genius.
You see Ken is just essentially preparing table and the Bloody Marys that he has prepared from yesterday. Revan, I don't know what you're doing in the tavern.
Well, I went to go look for Lecter.
Oh, Lecter is not there. You found
There's two of me. There's half of me there, but
yeah, you find a
I'm
symbol.
not-
Electrum's in there.
Okay, well, I know that where the simulacrum is, but I'm actually looking for the proper
Okay.
Lecter.
Okay.
you will be arriving here shortly.
But yeah, it takes you several minutes, and yeah, everybody except for Julie is present. As yeah, you see your human has arrived. He's just leaning against the wall, just next to the entrance, observing all the bodies who are huddled up somewhere in single file, somewhere in almost like a just pile. So, what would you like to do? As he observes all of you, but says nothing, then looks at you, Lecter, just kind of shrugs.
There were some celebrations yesterday night. I hope you
Oh,
can
really?
excuse this.
What are you guys celebrating?
The beginning of a war.
What?
Oh,
You missed some
war!
stuff last night.
Head snaps up. Terry, what did you do?
I was away for this one. I don't know.
You were away, Terry. I feel like a chunk of my life is gone, and you deal with the time travel bullshit.
I'm just in the dark as you were. I was sent to the abyss, man. I don't know.
Really? Is that
Long-
a new place? Is that a new one?
A new one? Yeah, it's a new one for me.
Okay, he pulls out his notepad and like writes that down. Abyss. That's a new place Terry's been.
It's just Terry's personal chronicler.
Uh-huh. Oh yeah. It's like every time he goes somewhere new, I was like, yep, gotta mark that down.
Fucking bucket list.
So yeah.
Alright,
Travel
so
list.
Can I-
Lots of dimensions Terry has been thrown into.
quite literally.
Before you do anything in that and continue conversation, Julie,
Oh goodness.
you there?
Yes.
You wake up in an embrace in a room that is destroyed. Everything that was not nailed down essentially scattered or destroyed into shrapnel or splinters. Yeah. You feel extremely fucking weak. Even as much power as you gained in the past few months. This, for the first time in a long time, makes you feel mortal again. Like, significantly
Right.
more.
Oh, fuck's sake. The hell was in that liquor? I'll slowly slide myself out from what remains of the bed,
Yeah.
and I'll kind of stumble out of the room and towards where I think the mess hall might be.
Uh-huh. You leave your companion behind, not even saying anything.
Absolutely not. I need water.
All right. So yeah. As So interesting thing about it, Terry, what you're seeing from the humanoid, the Joseph. Looking above him, you see the familiar wolf's head. For everybody else, you just see the human just leaning, looking at all of you.
No, they can't see it.
No, only you can see it, Terry.
Of course. Are you seeing things again?
But yeah,
Wait, hold up. Ganon can't see it?
Nope, cannot see it. Nobody can see
hell.
it. Oh,
Oh, hell no.
no.
Hell no.
And yeah, he just kind of observes all of you.
So, you said you knew a couple things, you spit out a couple words I didn't quite understand. Terry kind of scratches the back of his head. Do you and your wolf know anything about how to remove this infestation?
Wow, not even introduction. Getting down to business. I like that actually. Hey.
I'm a straightforward guy.
Yeah. Is his name really Terry? He kind of points at Terry while looking at all of you.
As far as we know, yes.
Yeah, that's Terry.
All
Meet you.
Terry winks.
All right. Okay. So, yeah. Parasite for you, shit for me. Any questions?
Terry, did you say wolf? And I'm like looking around. Wolf?
Yeah.
Is there a wolf here?
Yeah, of course.
The dog?
He just like points over and said, yeah, it's right there.
You all see Terry pointing like a good feet and a half above the human's head. There's nothing.
I just kind of like rub my temples. Is this a thing only you can see, Terry?
But not again! Hey, guy, you could see the wolf over your own head, right? Right, that's still there for you, right?
You asking who now?
I'm asking the guy, the human,
Yeah.
Joseph.
Yeah, I can see him. So can you. Nobody
But why
else. Cause you've been in the places that nobody else been.
Okay, so it's another Terry thing. Gotcha.
I mean, it could be not only a Terry thing, and at this moment, you all just hear all of a sudden this sound of slight grunting echo through the hallway. A few seconds pass, and you see Julie in the most fucked up form, in the terms of exhaustion you ever seen in your fucking life.
Leave you alone for one day.
The hell are you?
You guys should really not drink the black liquor. It will fuck you up. Do either of you have greater restoration? Because I feel like absolute shit.
Ravon?
I look over at Lecter.
One moment, I'm double checking. Have I got it prepared? Actually, since it's a new day, I can prepare it. Just say remember where it is.
Liquor. Okay, how much time has passed? Damn, I
there
think
it
I
is.
remember.
I have no idea. He leans over.
There, okay, I do have greater restoration. Yeah, okay, I slap you with greater restoration. Not literally
So
slap you,
will
but,
I.
you know.
No, make it literal.
A literal slap.
Don't hold back. Wake up.
Like,
Somewhere.
you see my hand glowing golden, and I just go slap.
somewhere in the middle of like Noek, in a bed, half asleep Worms just smiles. But good. Yeah.
So yeah, 2 greater restorations for you.
2. Oh, thank you.
So yeah.
Are you sleeping, Julie? That looks with an eye of concern.
I thought I
Yeah, that's better.
thought I felt bad.
You can still see that she's moving slow, but she feels a lot better. Thank you.
From this entire ensemble, I can assume that everybody had a really interesting night.
Yeah.
By the way, I just kind of want to point out something. Terry. So far, nobody has informed Lecter, not even his own simulacrum, about the fact that
He has a
you did
mustache on his
something.
face!
So just for reference, I currently have a Sharpie mustache.
And
that is
a purple
unnoted.
lipstick mark where his mouth is.
So you just see me blinking at you.
Finally seeing Lit, I just turn and just stare at him.
I just point at you, and then I just point, and I'm like doing the face gesture, like, what? Does anybody else see that?
No, must just be a you thing again.
Lit, you've got something on your face.
Did you have lips before?
I don't. Looking over to my simulacrum, he nods.
I find a napkin or
Ross.
something on a table and just hand it to you.
I'm like, I just look back and I'm like giving an eye to Terry. It's like, not saying anything, but just an accusatory look, like.
I really hope this wasn't caused by Plucky being on the ship. If it was, I'm going to find him and kill him.
Rather than going through PTSD. Yeah, no, Terry just puts a hand.
Joseph.
Yeah, Terry just puts a hand on Gen's shoulder. No real confirmation there, but he doesn't deny it.
He just shrugs. What?
So, Joseph.
Yes?
You wouldn't have happened to see who that was?
Honestly, I was brought here and he already had all the... He kind of, like, shows his face as, like, reference. That bullshit.
When the others are
looking... irrelevant for now?
When Lecter's looking over at Joseph saying this, I just do a slight nod to Joseph in respect and appreciation.
You see the wolf's head shake violently in nod.
Really messed up appreciation here. So, a specialist for the parasite.
Or the shit, whichever you prefer.
Excellent. I prefer going with the parasite.
Do you? You do you.
Okay, what's going on? I'm hearing war, I'm hearing parasite. Someone fill me in.
To give you the quick reference, Johnny, our resident pharmaceutical entertainer, has provided you with a hallucinogenic that has kept you on a trip for the last 1.5 days. During this, you missed Terry's abduction by some variation of the parasite. And the fact that we are starting to assemble quite a force to eradicate this thing.
Oh, and I also ascended to godhood.
That happened as well.
Wait, you did what?
I'm technically a lesser god now.
The next one to Mythic 4.
Okay.
So, like I said, a lot of things happened.
Yeah.
And the main thing was the fact that while being contaminated with the parasite, Terry disappeared to a place which I presume to be related to the parasite, and now he's back
Not
with a
really,
specialist.
not really related to the
topic.
place. Maybe, but not anymore. Um, and yeah, I'm back. I'm here. I don't know what I'm here to do. I guess Terry's enticement brought me here.
Hey, I told you it wouldn't be boring. He looks around.
He
This is
looked.
pretty chaos.
She just looks over the bodies that are just asleep. Yeah, from a flying
Everyone-
ship to this, I got very impressed, and now not so much.
It comes in waves.
They all got drunk last night.
He nods.
Sometimes.
I can see that.
Also,
So,
let's
after
have
a
major
bunch of
plan, Jerry.
questions, 1 second, please. After a bit of a rude introduction, I think it's time to make this formal. Who exactly are you? Apart from specialist on the parasite, I haven't really heard an identification of you.
Oh boy. Well, people call me Joseph. And I have a lot of alternative titles, but that works as good as all. And what am I? I'm just a traveler, a peddler, some of insight, some of terror. Been called a Death Caller and a Dawn Bringer, so you can work that out.
All right, so Joe it is. Nice to meet you, Joe.
He's just gonna nod at you again. We can go with that, I guess.
Joe, I like it. Simple, like you.
You spent your time also infected? Or just by random chance?
It's a complicated thing, but you could say that. Yeah, I've been infected, I've been tainted, enveloped, consumed.
Mostly hearing negative adjectives there.
Well, it's up to one to decide how they use their gifts, powers, influences, and the like. And seeing that I'm here, and seems that I don't know how Terry or whatever his name is trustworthy. He trusts in me. I don't know why you shouldn't trust in me too.
Combination of parasite and trustworthy so far haven't proven to be too effective. Reason has
Harry here
been
trusts very easily. I just kind of pat Terry on the shoulder.
I trust my gut.
the last time we had this kind of interaction with someone, they committed genocide, so mass genocide.
Well, same, but not here.
Where else then?
In a places that no longer are relevant, no longer a thing. But
You were thorough then.
he takes a deep breath and nods. Some places need to be burned severely.
Brutal.
Some worlds like this are relatively calm, peaceful, at least as far as I can see, but some worlds are tainted by unhealable, unmendable entities. When a world is set for its doom, and it's already in a free fall, and there is nothing else to do, might as well end it quicker than slower and more painful.
We've heard that kind of definition before from other diviners who have prophesied the end of the world.
Well, I'm not a prophet here. I'm here to help you out to, I guess, contain whatever problem you have. And I can see why you have a problem. There is something in this world lingering, something that does not belong to any of you, that's for certain. Somewhere over there. And he points somewhere almost directly to the north, slightly maybe to the east. Just points the finger.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere out there, somewhere not too deep, lays a thing that might be causing all of this. And technically, I don't even know what you're dealing with. Terry said that you had this thing in an island contained and surrounded.
At least that's the current status. How effective this containment is to be doubted. I mean, it managed to easily escape and attack us aboard this ship.
Oh, was that what that was? Ooh.
It tried to hijack or possess me. You interfered by stabbing me, and it jumped to you instead.
He just catches the back of his head again. Yes. Sorry about that.
I mean, it's not exactly that you got possessed, it's that you're already afflicted by it, so that's why it's so easy to go through. And I don't know if you allow the selector, but he's gonna extend a hand towards you. Grabbing you by the wrist of your hand.
Lecter would pull back the hand slightly and literally ask, "What do you want to do there?"
Showcase the error of your ways and showcase you proper on what you're exactly facing. If I may.
I heard him or not.
Or
well,
Terry,
we need
you
all
could...
of the intel we need. I'll reach out slightly.
So, as he kind of approaches and grabs you by the wrist, he kind of extends the hand upwards into the sky. I do not know how you obtain it, for you do not possess any matter in terms of flesh or blood, seeing that you're a construct of mainly wood. You do possess quite a lot of influence over fates, as all of a sudden you see his left hand that's grasping your right hand all of a sudden gets involved, and you all know the parasite's coloring, and his whole hand just lights up brightly in it as he extends it, and Lecter's hand also just manifests this hand as it's slightly lifted above Joseph's. You don't feel any pain, like you don't feel anything. You just feel your hand being slightly lighter and maybe a bit more wider. And then he kind of lets go. The hand from Joseph subsides and returns it back, while yours just kind of stays there. This whole thing, maybe like half an inch coated in the cosmos, and just the hand just slightly bigger, and you can feel it. You can use it. Nothing weird about it besides the fact of coloration, but slowly yet surely the whole pattern just subside, and your familiar wood hands reappears.
Infected.
You all are. Not severely, Well, except for you, Terry. You're on the
Leave.
edge.
That would be it.
You are vanishes.
No,
Uh,
that was Warren.
Oh yeah, Form, you're muted just in case you. But
Am I also infected with this parasite?
oh yeah, not much, but all of you. Yes, all of you. Even the people sitting in the just kind of pointing at the people who are slyly just waking up or grunting awake, slumping over as he kind of gives like this hand motion to everyone in the tavern. Oh no, you're gonna be fine if you stop it, but if not, then I mean you're gonna all be dead, so it doesn't really matter, does it?
Same old story. Been through it once.
Well, whatever the case is, before you go to your, I guess if you're going to war, I don't really know if you're gonna go all drunk.
Why not?
Osma.
We need to find this artifact. I don't even know what part of him it is, and that really depends on what's gonna happen. He kind of scratches his forehead. But until then, I don't know. You do what you want to do. I need to figure out what you're actually facing, and of course, we need to see what the fuck this world has.
Need space, resources, or information? Feel free to ask.
Any information about the island would be good.
No one?
I guess that's what it's called. So,
You might want to
Good
talk
that we
to
happen
Chin.
to have a specialist.
I want to talk to Chindov, who's our resident Nornian.
uh-huh.
That sounds like Nornian is a profession.
oh,
My job
Right.
is to live on Norn.
this has been an enlightening conversation, but
No,
Carrie scoots over to the bar table. I still came over here to eat. You guys can keep talking. I'm gonna Carrie goes over and orders something to eat.
Feel free to do that. I need to have a conversation with someone.
Also, Lecter,
Hmm?
I've also been meaning to talk to you. Just a
What
bit
is
of
it?
divine clarity this morning. Whistlelit's the bastard. The
Correct.
Black Emperor's place is right there, and he's potentially got a buttload of gold sitting in that sanctum of his.
Technically
Do you think
possible, yes.
Do you think you can open the portal into there?
I haven't tried in a while, honestly.
We could see if it still works. If it does, I'm going to need every single bag of holding we have on the ship.
There's a slight problem with that. Except for a total of 3 bags of holding that we currently carry. And I don't know much about, like, the group that recently joined us.
Oh, we got a bunch.
Apart from those bags of holding, all of the bags of holding we currently have are filled with money.
Okay, okay, then I'll just take what I can and so yes, Terry, we went to a place that housed 2 ancient, well, technically 3 ancient dragons, and a prideful as hell ruler who killed himself with a book. Do you think you can let me borrow some bags of holding?
Yeah, we'll call it a favor. You only want. He tosses over like a collection of bags of holding.
How many
Yeah, he's
total?
That's a good question. Araxis, how many bags of holding did we get in excess when collecting the dragon hoard of money we no longer currently possess?
That's a you question. I'm not keeping track of that shit.
Alright, let's just say around over 10.
No.
Oh.
Yeah,
No.
to carry that much gold, do you know how heavy gold is? Shit though. A lot. Enough for a dragon sword. That's how much you got. I'll leave how much exactly that was to Araxis.
I would say 6 empty bags of holding.
Oh, the chunky bags of holding.
Yes. Oh well.
2, 4, 5, 6. There we go. 6 extra bags of holding. Plus my 1. So 7.
Yeah.
Cool.
Meet me up on the main deck. I'll open up the portal there.
Yeah, thanks. Luckily, I can teleport straight back because I realized that I can set the entire airship as my sanctuary for Word of Recall. So, yeah, I've got an easy way back.
If you say so.
Hmm.
You do have
Nah,
sending, right?
Yeah, I do.
If you get yourself trapped in there, just
I'll let you
send
know.
me a message.
Yeah.
I am. You guys continue with breakfast. I'll leave my simulacrum in the area. If anything is needed, message me. I'll be up on the main deck for a while.
While eating, I'm going to sending spell Julie. See if Julie's awake.
Julie's
Julie's in there with us.
Julie's still alive. You know, you saw her get here and get on the.
Oh, I know, but Julie went back up
Julie's
deck.
in the room with you, Terry.
No, she said
Not anymore.
Yeah, no, Julie went up deck, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that's right.
I went topside. Take a nap.
Yeah, what are you guys all bashing me over? Get out of here.
Wait a minute. You're laying in the sun next to a giant frozen island.
Look, Julie's a god. She probably can't feel the cold that well.
This is Julie. She doesn't care.
Sheet metal was a warm blanket to Terry. This is just how gods work. With that said, no, I messaged Julie. Hey, Julie, we have some errands to run with our old pals. Any excuse to meet up with them, I guess, right? Should probably meet up with Callie about that, particular item for the magic field. And if we're going to kill off another one of those parasites, we want to talk to Vorm about the weapon.
Julie is asleep.
Julie.
Hopefully.
Trying to sleep. What do you want?
Terry begins to repeat what he just said with a slightly more irritated tone.
Yeah. Bring Lecter upstairs. Talk to him.
What
He's
about
already
me?
headed up there. But no, you can't. But unless you have some intercept for sending, you didn't hear that.
Depends on if the answer was said out loud.
Yeah,
She'd probably be mumbling it out loud.
Yeah.
In that case, like, they would respond straight.
I'll be up there in a second. I'll take my food to go.
What do you have for breakfast?
Steak.
Yeah.
Balanced diet.
As usual.
Immediate answer: steak.
No need for hesitation. The superior choice has already been found.
I know people who would doubt you on that, but that is your decision.
Okay, that's true.
So yeah.
Holy hell, Mr. Roboto. Yeah, we have a couple of things that we would need your assistance on if we need to go back to where we're just from, and Terry needs to go talk to one of our other friends. I don't even know where he is anymore. I think he's in the same place, possibly. Remember the runes that I showed you, that teleportation circle? That
I do.
one.
You don't look like you're currently in a state of being capable for teleportation.
No, I'm not. Would you be able to do the teleports for us?
Of course, I just want to ask, are you alright? Because you certainly don't look the part.
It was a hell of a night. Whatever's in that black drink, it takes effect. And Who is that demon? Who is she?
Sveta?
Oh, is that her name? Good to know. It would be very rude for me not to know her name.
At this point, you can hear the heavy clunking of armor and a scraping of a plate as you see Terry walk up, finishing off a steak on a plate. Julie, fill you in? Looks over at Lecter.
Yes.
Oh, I've been meaning to ask. How's that helmet coming along?
Go downstairs and ask. If you want me
Right.
to, we can commission at the moment we get back from this.
Sounds good.
We're kind of in the middle of something up here.
Huh?
Uh,
Oh, sorry. We'll be out of your hair in a second.
So, honestly, let's start with Ravan. Could be the easiest part. Grabbing carefully, manifesting like the cliche key, drawing a square into the air, and then just pushing open the door. Fire coming from the other side. Actually, no.
No, there's nothing. There's just ice. Ice.
You want me to grab the Black Emperor's head while I'm in there if he's still there? He's probably probably a solid block of ice at this point, but if you want me to grab his head, I'll be glad to.
If you manage to get in there, sure. Like, I just imagine this, you open the door and it's just a wall of snow.
Not ice.
Yeah, ice.
A solid block of ice.
Hmm.
Well, we'll need to find that out first.
I can try to help you get in there. But I cannot melt the entire room.
Wait, Eric, it's a solid block of ice on the outside of the door, right? Or
Yeah.
shit. Can I see through the ice to anywhere that's just an open space?
Yes, you do.
Cool, a dimension door into that open space.
Okay, as soon as you do,
Like the waves you goodbye and closes the door behind you.
No, you don't do that. You see him do that, and all of a sudden you see Lecter that a sudden crack, and all of a sudden Revan goes free falling.
Oh crap!
Still waves goodbye.
Wind's out.
Yeah. So.
Still waves goodbye.
Waves goodbye.
I immediately free fall, but then I bring out my wings and like, much better.
Alrighty, so.
Yep. Just one last sending before I close the door. I do hope you know how to get back.
Oh yes, I do.
Close this door.
Okay. So yeah, Ravan, I'll come with you in a second, but at the moment, Lecter. What else?
Okay, Julie, you still don't look fine. Would you mind me trying to make it a bit better? Because you still look like you're cursed.
Sure. Go for it.
Okay, in total, I have 9 5th level spell slots left. I'm going to use 3 of them to cast Greater Restoration again.
Okay.
Honestly, just checking out if anything happens. Like, I've never seen someone who needed more than 1 Greater Restoration.
You're using a lot of components here, bucko. Yeah.
Actually, just 2. Just 2.
Yeah, but you basically just see that the shine is there, but doesn't seem like Julie is any more better, you know.
Oh wait,
I honestly have no idea what happened last night.
Huh? No, you lost your exhaustion levels with the first Great Restoration. I told you that already, but
Okay.
you're just still like
Aggressively healing.
I think I just need a nap. I just need some sleep.
You can decide whether that needs to be sorted out right now or whether that can wait until we're finished with the teleportation.
I don't know. We don't have an hour to spare, do we?
We will later today.
Okay. I guess I'll go as is.
Well, I know the rune, and anybody who wishes to come, join hands as usual.
Okay, so who's
Right,
joining? Who's joining Lecter?
Wait, actually, wait.
I'm waiting for the scientists so I can talk to them about a suit, big old power suit.
They're all still waking up. They're.
Oh, yeah.
They will take a bit.
I'm there with
yes.
Bloody Marys in hand.
Don't worry, I'll notify you. You'll be the first one to know. But at the moment, yeah. So who's going with the lecture to the Marble Pike?
Is this with Julie?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, then I'd be.
I'm going. Make my way up there.
Again, is joining as well. Very nice.
So, yeah. One clock away. And, so. Let's see. Work. Hell yeah, it works. Let's go. So. With a flash of light, you're all met, except for Lecter, with a familiar garden in the middle of just a third floor of a nice little building in the middle of Havrona. Julie, oh, not Julie, sorry, Callie.
Every time.
So it's been about, five days since you last seen Julie, but yeah, you.
What time is it there?
It is about 10ish a.m. You made contact with Crescent like a day ago.
Mm-hmm.
That she said she is fine and she will come to visit when she's done with her business in the desert. And she sounds a lot more sounder and she sounds a lot more competent than you first talked to her. But yeah, you were basically left alone to do whatever you want in the Marble Pike, essentially free reign, and somewhere just
probably redecorated the house.
Maybe, and you all of a sudden just hear a massive whoosh on the third floor and a familiar clanking of metal of Terry's plate.
They'll probably think it's Tabby because they probably come visit her more often. Tabby, is that you?
They're like,
I
nah.
assume this is the person you're looking for.
Yeah, this is the right one.
By the way, Terry, how are things going with you and Terry?
It's going good. I send sending spells, here and there. I just updating on my current existence still being around.
Right, good.
Hearing
Have
the
you told her that you
No, don't. She worries enough. Don't mention it.
Okay, gotcha.
Hearing the familiar voices, she immediately flies down the stairs and sees who it is.
The usual group with one additional one.
Yeah.
An additional robot.
Additional robot.
Where have you been? It's been 5 days. You said it was a short trip.
The escort mission's taking longer than we thought it would. Some complications. Trouble with an anti-magic field. Crap.
I can honestly assure you that this mission is going to continue for quite a bit longer.
Don't worry, you're more electric. Not cool, man.
Things
And
are
he elbows you.
fine. They're fine, Callie.
Can I see, like, how does Julie look?
She looks
Butt shit.
exhausted. She looks slightly unhinged, to be honest. She looks like she had
She
a
went through a
night.
bender.
Yeah.
Julie, are you okay? Immediately goes to her face and cups her face.
Oh, hello, love. It's been a long adventure already. How have you been?
Good. Been lonely, but good.
Oh, I'm so sorry. They came to us so quickly. I had to get out of here. I didn't have time to tell you. I've
That's
missed you.
alright. I missed you too. But you look like you need a nap.
Oh, I definitely need a nap right now.
I escort her to a bedroom to sleep.
Thank you.
Alright, they're gonna be off for a bit.
Lecter leaning into Terry. I wasn't expecting to stay that long.
Yeah, I'll sort it out in a second.
Just give him a moment.
Yeah. We have something to do anyways first. I sending spell Vorm.
Oh god, I need Adam Warham because he said DM because he's busy with her. So give me a second.
Yep.
He left. He's like, I don't have time for this.
Give me a second.
Oh, and he pokes again. While I'm doing this, find the other two. Tabby and Hannah.
Oh no.
So met face to face with it, man. It's been lonely.
Oh no. Come on,
He's like, fine.
I'm gonna call Warham because I can't. Let's go. I'm gonna be a dick.
Oh, shit.
I'm gonna be a dick. I'm gonna call Warham and be like, hey, Warham! Jordan! God damn it. Oh boy. Are you actually just gonna stay in the Marble Pike or are you gonna
We think we might leave Julie here for a small bit. I know for a fact. Wait, I know for a fact this place has like the teleport sigils that can bring you places, doesn't it? You mentioned that at one point.
My ship doesn't.
That's yours doesn't.
So good luck getting back. Actually,
To be
we can
clear here,
ask Aaron.
Marble Pike for my pea brain is the flying city. In the flying city, right? Or is this
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
All right, this
We're
place
in a- we're
actually
in a-
has teleporting. Like they have like a teleport hub. There's a place here to get around. So they should be they should be able to get back whether they even have a spell or not. Worst case, Julie does have a teleport spell.
And I'm pretty sure we have multiple people aboard who can.
Do an errand like that, yeah.
Yeah, Julie back as well.
Yeah, after I meet up with say hello and goodbyes. Honestly, if Vorm is here, we have a different appointment with someone at the Glass Seas. I'm saying this kind of half in character. Sorry.
Deal with however many.
Okay, Warham should be joining any
appointments
second.
I have here.
Let's go.
Sorry. Vorm, how's Godhood treating you? Favor to ask. Can we meet up?
Gods do not like me to be disturbed.
Hey, I'm a paladin.
But yeah, my what am I getting? A boat? I think you said I was getting a boat, Eric. So it's not leaving for like a few hours. So yeah, sure.
Yeah. I was just, this is all in my head. This is sending spell, right? All right. Yeah, I just accidentally came across another world-ending threat that happens to also be, long story, but we could use a god-slaying weapon if you can't come along yourself. I think you're kind of done with that thing.
I kind of just a pause. So you've been busy in the 6 days since I've seen you.
Yeah, apparently that not only does death follow me, but also the death of the world. So it's a very unfortunate happenstance.
Yeah, you could put it that way, yeah.
But you know what they say, third time's a charm. Maybe this time the world will stay saved.
Preferably. And you want what exactly?
Didn't you have a weapon that could kill these gods?
Like stares at my bag. Maybe.
Would you have 15?
For the fate of the world, I could really use to borrow it. I
Just want to borrow it.
Okay, Vorum is staring at his bag. It's got like some clothes in there, just some like little bits and bobs, and then like at the top is the actual blade.
Yeah.
But of course, if you don't want to come,
So he's like,
of course, if you want to come instead, you can come along and help out. You know, come out of retirement for a small bit.
you can feel the frown.
You can feel
Tapping on
Well-
Terry. Are you talking to Vorn? Tell Vorn I said, what's up? What's going on?
As
can feel it in the-
tempting as
in the
that
room.
offer is, come put my life in danger again for no reward of any kind. I'm gonna give that a pass. However,
before him while I'm inside this place.
I could give you the temporary loan of my possessions. Yeah.
That sounds great. It's a big ask. I know. I wouldn't do it unless the world was in danger.
Kind
Plus,
of look
I
at
want to
it.
see you, man.
So am I
This is
taking this to the post office or something, or am I
We're
coming
at
to
the old
you?
pike real quick. I don't know if you
Throws,
suddenly gained the
throws, it
ability.
throws it through a portal, hits Terry in the chest.
He is
Oh, no, don't
good
do
now.
that.
He could do that.
Yeah, he is Mythic 5, so like he could probably teleport, right? You know?
no.
Ah, man.
He just opens the
probably
chair in
could just, like-
reality, throws it
Probably
through
just
it.
cast gate and walk through here. Don't bother me. Walks back through it.
No, but
Trans-dimensional knife throwing.
yeah, we just at the Marble Pike, man. Just meet it up here. The whole gang's back, actually. You know, it'd be a good farewell if you dropped by.
Oh, I see. So you've all been busy. Right,
Yeah.
well, again, kind of looks around for a minute.
Where is he looking?
He is.
Where are you?
Marble Pike, same place as usual. We're kind of in a rush at the moment. Our transport is on a tight schedule.
So
Right.
So to put in perspective, right? You can easily get someone in Noak, especially seeing where you are at the moment. You know, preparing for a journey to basically leave all the burdens behind. With 6 souls, it would take a good 10 minutes to actually get to Marble Pike with all the connections you have.
I'm gonna like whip out my pocket watch. How long have I got before my my like ship departs?
your ship parts. You got actually about still like 18 hours.
I kind of stare at it for a minute. Cutting it a bit close, but you know what, Terry? For you, I'll meet you.
Thank you, man.
All right, see you in about 10 minutes.
All right. God-killing weapon and God himself is, coming over in about 10 minutes.
Vorn? Is he still his like stoic self?
Oh yeah.
Did you invite him to join us?
I did, but apparently he does not want to risk his life again for no reward or something of that line.
Typical
But
Vorn.
he is wearing the God-flying weapon, which I do appreciate.
Oh,
Legendary.
that
James opens,
blade.
splits it built in half.
He's gonna let us use his blade. Oh my god.
Well, he's retiring, so I don't think he wants to really be attached to most of that stuff. It's borrowing, though. I have to give it back.
It's well, of course. I mean, it's Vorm. You can't keep a dwarf's items.
Yeah, I know. Dwarf things.
Yeah. Don't want the wrath of the dwarf with the plans to come after us.
May I just ask for clarification? God-killing weapon and the wrath of a dwarf?
Ah, yes, yeah.
Yes. So when we took out Paranama, the dragon god.
Hmm.
Yeah, Vorum did the killing blow. He used a dagger made from Paranormal's descendant. And after he dealt the killing blow, it changed into a blade instead of a dagger.
To
Okay.
be quite frank, it's a weapon forged from Mighty Dragon, Mighty Dragon from the Platinum Sea's best smith, then enchanted by another golden dragon, wielded by a mythic level 5 god. It's pretty handy for the situation we're dealing with.
It's awesome.
In
Took out Paranormal with
awesome.
one hit.
Oh yeah, it's quite something, really.
So you guys are just residents in one of the Platinum Sea's cities?
Well, we are employed by them at the moment. You'll forget this is technically an escort mission. I hope you know this is
job.
cost extra.
Believe me, money already isn't a problem, and I'm pretty sure other kinds of rewards can
Speaking
be
which-
pulled up later as well.
There's another place I feel like I should introduce you. This handy armor. I happen to know the smith, I should say the connections that got me to it. If you have a lot of money on hand and you're planning to kill a god, I highly recommend stopping by. He can get you quite literally anything money can buy.
I was planning on asking about that armor anyway.
Good. Alright, well, we'll go on our errands after Vorm gets here.
Okay.
Do we want to
So,
cut
yeah.
over to Revan?
No. Julie, you got anything you want to do with Callie? Or,
Considering I have like less than 15 minutes left before I
True.
leave.
Okay, do I at least get an hour rest before this happens, or?
I would say because
20-minute power nap?
I would say because you basically passed out on the main deck while everybody was basically interrogating me what the fuck I am. I would say you have a short rest. So
Okay. So I kind of
Odds
roll
you
over.
can get anything for short rest?
huh?
I get arcane recovery.
Yeah, because he's a wizard. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so I roll over and, hey, Callie, how you been? As soon as I'm rolling over, my body just shifts to my demon form. Hello, love. How have you been?
That's new.
Oh, hi. No, you've seen me like this before. I like this form. Makes me feel pretty.
I've seen your part dragon form, but this is a little different.
Oh, I just didn't I get you guys
the
with
tiefling
my
form?
tiefling? Yeah, tiefling form. Sorry.
Yeah, the tiefling.
You said demon form, man. That's
You
a
said-
You
little
said
different.
demon form.
I knew what you meant. Thank you.
I had no clue.
Sorry, tiefling form. I roll over in my tiefling form. Oh, good morning, love. I know I messaged you before, but you know we need to borrow the Beholder's Bane just for a little bit. I'll bring it right back, but just for the mission that we're on, would it be okay if I just borrowed it for a couple days?
Is it that scary?
Yeah,
Is it
the
that-
scary rapier that has a lot of eyes.
No, I meant like the mission that they're doing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the blade is scary, yes.
I mean, it is intimidating.
Honestly, without your blade, I'm not sure if we can even complete the mission. It's absolutely terrifying, but I'm sure this will be a lot of help.
Meanwhile, again, haven't you been searching for Hannah and Tabby?
Searching for
Actually, Kelly. Actually, since we're here, Kelly, I had a wonderful idea. Do you remember the library? And up top, there's supposed to be secret information. You know, the Platinum Seas weren't very willing to share it with me, and they have eyes all over me. But you could sneak in there for me. Could you not?
Honey.
Yeah.
Bad idea. Bad idea.
Oh, it's a great idea. No, look. Look, if I turn you into a gaseous form, they won't even know your physical form. And you could sneak right up there.
Gideon puts an arm on Terry. He puts a hand on Terry's arm. I have a bad feeling.
No, we're not in this. They're in a separate area at the moment.
No, he's just saying, like, I feel a disturbance.
I sense something wrong with the universe.
I can feel it.
I sense a bad thought coming from Julie.
Right. Meanwhile, kind of eyeing the place, seeing who's lived here, and assuming that I'm actually. I'll say this afterwards. You know.
Yeah. After. Callie
we only have a short time.
Considering I have 10 minutes now.
Yeah.
She'll look at you and I don't want any trouble. I really don't. Especially from the Platinum Seas, because I think we've all had enough Platinum Seas for a while.
Oh, I'm currently employed by them, trust me.
And heavily cooperating with someone who is a 7 times trader to the Platinum Seas.
I'll give you the Beholder's Bane. And maybe a few other things as well. Because it's me. And I worry a lot.
I appreciate that, and I'll start gathering up the stuff, and you know, I've missed you, and I'll start pulling your dress up one last time before I go.
Okay, this is Junior bit too.
Stupid little bitch. And then just, yeah.
Fade to black.
Fade to black. Fade to black.
Fade that to black.
Once I get all of her items off her in a nice little pile, I'll kind of smile at her, run my hands through her hair, cast gaseous form.
Run.
Turn around, snap my fingers,
jerk.
destroy water. Destroy water.
And they're gone. Like a fart in the wind.
No, you don't get it. Julie, repeat that.
I cast gaseous form on her, and then destroy water.
Wait, what? Did you just kill my character?
I'm so sorry.
Julie, you absolute jerk!
They turn Kelly into vapor and then destroy water to remove the water vapor.
Yes, Julie.
Julie, I hope
it
was worth it.
There is a rush of steam dispersing fastly over your face. You take a deep breath, your hair grows longer. You feel a lot more powerful than it used to be seconds ago. Yeah.
The fuck?
I will gather up her items, and as the door closes behind me, I shift back to my Julie form and have a very confused look on my face.
Yeah, so Terry, none the wiser, walks up. Hey, have you seen Tabby around?
Just message her.
Right. Sorry, that's stupid of me. Sending spells, Tabby. Hey, Tabby, I'm visiting Pike. If you want to say hello.
You get a message like a few seconds after. I would, but I'm currently on a mission. Maybe in a week, 2.
Sounds good. Good luck.
You too.
Highly professional.
Highly.
Look, we're both working people. We understand what it's like.
And before the mission is to get into the same place I'm already at.
Right. That, Julie, I'm son of a bitch.
Oh my.
But we'll jump on that. I don't want a metagame here, so I'm gonna ignore that existence of happening.
She can't.
So, yeah. So, with that call, he kind of looks over at Julie. So how's it go? How's Callie doing?
Have you seen Callie? I swear I was just with her.
Yeah, she
Kind of-
took you to lay down. She was with you.
When I woke up, I was outside of the room. I mean, I have her stuff with me.
Roll an insight check, for the love of God.
You know, see, look. There's only one person who will doubt Julie this hard of doing something this dastardly, and he's about to walk through the door.
Yeah, about this point, you just hear zoom. Warren, you're accompanied by a dude by the name of Ed, just Ed, and he just was the quickest person who essentially had all the connections to get you to this place with no price, and he essentially will get you out when your business is done. He just yeah. So you all hear Warren, I guess. So.
Like, I enjoy. She's like, and then hearing Zoram, like,
Vaughn will just kind of walk straight in, kind of glance around the room, looking for Terry specifically. Do I
miss him.
spot him?
Can't miss him. He's looking at Julie with kind of like concern. Hey, Vorum, have you seen Callie about? She was
looking
just around
very.
here.
I kind
Julie
of just
says she lost
blink.
track of her.
I haven't seen any of you for almost a week.
Julie, you feeling
very.
well?
That's
It's not like you just to lose track of Callie. I'll sending spell her real quick. I attempt to sending spell to Callie.
There's a response.
That's very strange. She wouldn't just leave, especially without saying anything.
Alright, well...
I kind of just watched the discussion for a minute.
That's something I would do, not her. And I'll go back into the room and kind of look around.
Listen, I apologize if this is kind of a bad time, but I kind of hold up the bag. It's just like a normal leather satchel.
Terry kind of walks over, takes it. Great, Vorm, could you just help us look for just a tiny bit? I could use some better eyes than I...
I kind of look at him, then look at Julie leaving the room. Oh, you want the blind person, do you?
Oh,
alright.
Compared to...
like Callie to leave Julie's side.
It's not like Callie to ignore a sending spell either.
Vorum kind of just lets a small sigh, like rubs his temple and go, "Where's the last place you saw her?"
It was with Julie.
She was taking Julie to a room.
I kind of just stare for a moment.
May I ask
Right.
what the current holdup is?
Were there any holes in the floor between
kind of
here and there? Any strong breezes coming through?
I'm not sure. Locate creature, Callie, real quick. And sorry, like you kind of know that Terry gives you kind of like a look of acknowledgement, but kind of a hold up hands as they figure it out themselves. Locate creature.
Vorm is willing to help. He's just like, how have you lost someone walking upstairs?
I'm guessing my locate creature turns up blank.
I'm going, I'm going to the room, like where they were headed.
Let Eric speak.
Huh?
So, no, he answered. He answered, mate.
Yeah.
But with that said, yeah, no. Wait, that's strange. I burn another locate creature with the extended spell onto it.
Nope, nothing.
Yeah. I'm going to the room.
Guys, she isn't even within 1,000. She isn't anywhere close to us. I can't sending spell her. I can't locate creature.
If you enter the room, you'll see Julie is looking all over also. Like,
You guys-
checking
kind of,
closets, even checking drawers.
Vorum just kind of lets out a kind of small sigh and says, "Fine, we can deal with the blade in a minute. Let me go have a look."
It kind of
My
walks.
understanding
Terry
is
walks over
correctly
to
that you're currently looking for a person.
Yeah, Lecter walks. He walks up to Lecter. Yeah, one of our old party members, just
Name?
Callie.
Lecter pulls out a silver mirror.
What? Okay.
Is this really the time to check out your
Wait,
appearance? Like, I know the
isn't-
mustache was a bit much.
Wait,
but-
isn't that the?
It's a pretty simple mirror, honestly.
Ooh.
Since you guys seem to be worried about like all of this shit anyway, guess I have the 10 minutes. Okay. Callie, a friend of Julie and Terry.
I do a
would like
minor
to
illusion
scry
image
on this
of it.
person.
Oh my!
Roll.
Roll. Usually it's a wisdom save on that person's end.
Roll with D100 just in case.
Okay.
Yeah.
GG.
Yeah, you look upon it, and the mirror just goes blank. Like the reflection fades of you, but there's nothing seen. There's no like any just almost like a glass reflection of just nothingness.
Second. I'm just imagining straight up this.
No, just more like a grayish fog.
This is, like, I'm looking around the room, I'm just like, this is...
Congratulations, Julie. You sent them to hell.
I mean, if I go upstairs, I mean, should I do an investigation check?
Yeah, like
You
do some
don't- you don't-
investigation,
you don't-
do some inciting, do your stuff.
You don't find anything.
This was a very
Uh,
depressing way to go to work. So
Sorry.
This is, it's like there's no trace of her.
Oh.
Really? If you had plane shift, you should have just sent them to a different dimension. Instead, you killed them.
No, this is for a very particular reason. It's too much to explain right now, but
This will
Anyway,
be something we will ask about after the session.
Yes.
definitely. So after the 10 minutes, Lecter would just look up. Whoever you're looking for doesn't exist.
It
Literally.
doesn't exist.
Either they haven't existed at all, and it's just a concept you guys made up, or they are dead.
and for the first time, Lecter
Looks at Julie.
Wait, we have those necklaces, don't we? The ones that prevent us from being able to scry on.
we dropped those a bit ago, didn't we? Terry looks without any evidence. I don't.
Well, some of you dropped, not all of you.
I mean, I still have mine.
All right, simple enough. Locate object. Wait, let's see if this, because it should break if the scrying or divination is strong enough. Actually, Terry holds that for a second. Lecter, question: How powerful is that scrying? Or I should ask maybe you.
It's average scrying, honestly. I don't see a reason to put more effort into this than necessary. I mean, we have a schedule to uphold.
Fair enough.
while you're kind of doing this, Worm's thinking to himself for a moment on something that was said. Eric's, during our time, did Ducklick or anyone else mention if the madness would remain or fade after Paranama was dealt with?
You were all told that it should fade, but you were basically held a day in quarantine, and seeing that nothing happened, you were all just kind of left to do your own stuff.
Vorum is gonna kind of just glance at the whole situation. I mean, he's gonna kind of look at everyone a bit suspiciously.
Inside everyone.
I mean, there's nothing to take from anyone except one person. May I do an insight check on Julie?
Sure.
I severely doubt I will succeed.
I am looking very suspicious.
Julie, you can roll to counter the
Deception
Just
versus
looking-
insight.
I'm looking very suspicious. Like, there's no
Persuasion, actually.
persuasion.
Yes.
Hang on, that makes it a 28.
Yep.
28 total.
Reliable talent.
Still gonna fail, probably.
Oh! Wait a minute! It's 28 versus 28!
Do I have advantage?
Do I have advantage seeing as Julie's the one person I don't trust?
Yeah, I'm...
Should we both roll this again?
Yeah, just re-roll. You're gonna have to do it anyway.
You gotta roll because we both stare at each other, and there's like this staring competition. Which one will break first? Ah, positive.
Which makes it 28 again.
Oh no!
Yeah. Julie seems to be not lying. She's being honest. Does not know where her beloved went.
I'm gonna stare at Julie for long enough for them to know that Vorum finds this extremely doubtful.
Harry, I'm gonna do something.
And then I'm going to turn away.
Araxis, I want to take off the one of the arm parts of my armor. It's full plate, and I want to cut open my arm.
Need a knife?
Sure. Terry reaches out his hand and looks at Lecter. Lecter, you got a knife on you?
Wait a second.
I'll throw one of my throwing daggers over at him.
Orm has a knife.
Oh my god.
Terry catches it, cuts open his arm, and looks at the blood coming out. Question: is there infection?
Nope. It's all red.
This is strange.
We will need to have a conversation about these kinds of procedures.
Vorum's gonna kind of.
I'm just not believing this. I'm kind of still looking around the room, and like she cannot just disappear.
I'm gonna kind of just look at Terry and with a bit of a puzzled expression. Is this a
I vaguely
new
remember
habit
her
you've
taking me
taken
to
up?
bed, but then I woke up and.
This isn't the first time in recent history that people just disappeared. It usually doesn't happen outside of the Archipelago, but
to be clear,
let's just say Terry disappeared last night without a trace.
Well, Terry disappears all the time. This is Callie we're talking about. She keeps us grounded.
One person or another.
Callie, Terry heals up the wound on closes it, doesn't heal up all the damage, but just stops the active bleeding. And looks around.
Okay.
All right, well, we have a mission to go on to, and there's a weird shift in Terry's demeanor from worry to the traditional self, and kind of looks at the people around. We have a mission to uphold here. I'm sorry to hold you so long, Lecter. We'll have to look at this another time.
Vorum kind of gives a small shrug and then deliberately not looking at Julie says, "Well, she is a fae, I suppose. Perhaps she made a very quick trip home."
Bending spells work across planes.
Do they?
Yeah.
Vorum genuinely doesn't know.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware of that fact.
In case he gives another kind of slightly larger shrug. Anyway, I'm sure she'll turn up. But kind of takes the bag, moves over towards Terry. "I suppose I should give you this then."
Right. Terry starts putting back the
takes out the dagger, kind of holds it for a moment. "Now, I do want this back. Not because I'm a fan of shiny things. Just, I would like it back. Is that alright?"
Yep, yeah. Don't worry, I have my own weapon to rely on.
In this regard, any idea how long you want it for?
It looks at Lecter. How long does it take to save the world in this circumstance?
A week, maybe 2.
Alright,
most.
a week, maybe 2.
Alright, let's go for 2.
Mm.
I look at my clock for a moment. I look at my pocket watch and snap it shut. Okay. You got 2 weeks with it.
Let me
And I hand it over.
Wait a minute, let me just quickly write this down.
You got 2
What's the
weeks.
current time?
Okay, current time is 10:11 a.m.
Which
Terry,
day?
pick that time orb.
Which day?
Ah.
Which day? The day
Hmm?
at the moment is November 29th.
Okay.
I kind of reach it out to put it in your hands, Terry, and then I kind of stop for a second.
Oh.
And I resist the urge to look over my shoulder. One more thing. Is it you who's going to be using it, Terry?
He looks like... I suppose so. I'm the only one who really specializes in weapons here. After you're gone, I mean. We got bows and magic man over here, but no real... Yeah. He shortens his sentence. Yeah.
Hey,
And he kind of looks at you for a moment. I'd prefer if you were the one who used it.
A real mirror scene of when Terry handed it for him.
And with that, I'll put it in your hands.
He looks, and he takes a longer look at Vorm's side, trying to understand what the hell is going on, and...
Vorm's expression is quite heavy. Everything he's saying, he seems to mean quite seriously. There's no humor in anything he's saying. After a couple of seconds, I'll kind of just blink and look away and kind of glance around the room. Well, if you don't need me for anything else, I don't want to keep you. And I have a lovely retirement to be going into.
Right, we'll make sure this world
Thank you
around
very
for you
much
to
for
enjoy it.
your. Thank you very much for your cooperation in this.
Of course. And I kind
didn't
of,
catch
for the
your name,
first
sorry.
time, kind of look at Lecter. Yes, sure. Kind of turn, look at Terry again.
Worum,
Very
Worum history
odd
check.
new companions you found?
Worum history check.
History check, okay.
Oh goodness.
Not my expertise, but...
Oh my
Never mind.
god!
20?
Worum, for a split second looking at Lecter and just looking at the frame, you realize you've seen this somewhere before. At the warehouse in Noak, with the falling bodies coming from the crates. One of them, not identical, but one of them was almost identical to this, what you're seeing in front of you.
There is the smallest twitch in Vorum's kind of fingers. And he puts on a small, very thin, and obviously quite forced smile. But gives Lecter a small nod.
Anything wrong?
I don't think so, no. Just, well, not every day I meet someone with your fashionable appearance.
I guess I can take that as a compliment.
Terry kind of claps his hands together. Well, we are a bit on time. I'm sorry you couldn't see you off with Callie for him. We'll figure that out. I'll send you when we figure out what happened.
As am I. I should be getting going as well. In that case, I will leave you. Let me know if you need anything else. But I am retired. So...
Yeah.
And I'll kind of start walking towards the door. And then I'll kind of look over my shoulder. Say hello to Julie when you see her. Say hello to Callie when you see her, Julie.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, and say to Six Souls we said hi. He waves.
Yes. Gives a small kind of wave.
Okay, so yeah, you go back to Ed, and Ed just whisks you away from Marble Pike, away from these people. And now all of you are left in Marble Pike.
So, he looks to the selector. All right, we have several locations we could go. We can go straight back to the ship. We can take one of the we can take our way back to the glass desert location I was referring to earlier. Looks over at Julie. So Julie might have to pull off that teleport. And we could go to that store we were talking about. You might want to check that out. It's all up to you.
Decent equipment is definitely worth it. There is something I need to do before that. Is this house considered a safe location?
Safe, yes. Secure, questionable.
Enough for roughly 10 more minutes?
Oh, yeah, yeah. We're in the, Platinum Seasonal Messages, that's here.
How much weight can you carry?
I mean, I can lift about, I'd say, he kind of thinks to himself, without an exact measurement, you know, I could probably lift 3 of myself.
That should suffice.
Maybe 4.
I will prepare demi-plane. Specifically access to the demi-plane that I originally used as, like, an equipment dump. The thing where I have the deck of many things stored.
Uh-huh.
Oh dear.
And in front of that door, I will break the black glass check.
Oh boy.
As soon as I see the demi-plane open, I just put my hand on Terry's chest and, like, hold him back.
Don't worry, you know, what are you scared of? It's just a demi-plane. I mean, it's not... Again, Terry was not conscious for getting trapped or moved into the demi-plane.
Yeah.
It just looks
So,
a bit confused.
let's see what happens. In the worst case, there's some kind of due date for this document, and I'm going to be in quite a lot of trouble. But honestly, that depends on Arax's description.
What do you mean by this?
I opened the door to the demi-plane, and I broke the black glass check that I got from Fang back then.
So, what you basically get, as soon as you break it, all of a sudden, these obsidian chests, a foot, 2 feet large and about a feet tall, just appear. 6 of them. And yeah, the check just disintegrates.
Could you carry those to the door, please?
So, wait, exactly what am I carrying here?
6
obsidian chests filled with gold.
Oh my goodness. How much does this weigh, or hexes?
You grab one, and you would guess it weighs less than 15 pounds.
Alright. 50. Alright, so yeah, no, Terry picks them up with ease. It almost looks kind of unhuman. And he's like, and he has them on his shoulder now, and he's like, alright.
Just to the entrance, you're not going through the demi-plane. Just
Why
to the
would-
entrance.
Right. Why would I be worried about that, though? Anyways.
Safety. Just safety. Once that's in, like they would pull the chests into the demi-plane. I still have at least one more spell slot for this. Yes. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah. So, now with the funds secured, I think it's time to go shopping again. This time for a bit of a heavier caliber, at least from what I can tell from your kind of armor.
Speaking of funds,
I hope you loaded.
Oh yeah. So, okay. So, do you want to have a break for now, for a bit?
I'm still pretty fine to go.
you're
Honestly,
fine?
I'm fine either way.
Okay. So,
if Revan's doing his thing, I'm gonna take a small break while Revan's doing his stuff.
sure, because this is gonna be Revan's thing. Let's see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Our break, Revan.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah. Good luck.
Godspeed.
So,
Probably to end up having a one-shot later to retrieve Tally's soul from wherever they are in the afterlife, and then kill Julie.
Okay, so, Ravon. Give a second. Hell yeah. So, the shift through the door using Misty Step, or I guess Dimension Door.
Dimension Door.
Yes, was successful. The eye severely shatters under the weight, or just because it was the spiral, and you were almost let loose into a free fall. Last thing you see is Lecter just waving you goodbye as the door closes. It's a very deep free fall. What would you like to do, Ravon?
Well, at the moment I started free falling, I brought out my wings.
Okay, so you bring out your wings, and all of a sudden the inertia catches up with you as you're flying in a large opening that seems to be hollowed out. This opening is maybe 100 to 200, no, about 200 feet from all sides, just hollowed out, as if like a massive just tunnel that goes above, or I guess to the surface, or downwards to the depths. And you see that while there's some ledges and crooks and stuff on the sides of the very edges of it where you can sit down, and occasionally see ice forming in this thin crusts over specific sides of this hole. It's all barren. It's filled with nothingness, and it has immense amounts of echo. I would like you to roll me a perception check.
Perception. Thankfully, thanks to the upgrades.
Okay.
26.
You immediately realize that, remember those things at the tavern, those very ice chameleon things, those ice elementals that were in the tavern, just skulking? You see up several hundred of them littering the walls, from sizes of a feet to sizes as large as 15 feet. You realize all those neat little nudges are actually parts of them, as they seem to be, even though not, as you previously discovered, don't have any organs or need for breathing. They still have that motion of deep breaths, and all of them seem to just cover the entirety of the walls. And yeah. So
okay, I'm just stay away from them and see, is there any remnants of what the room used to look like? Where the Black Emperor was standing?
Well, you would not really know that, would you? Oh wait, you would. But also, I
was there when he killed himself.
I know, but also that was just literally just a singular plane with a throne and two dragons and feast tables in the middle of what seems to be plains as far as I can see. This is just a tunnel. This gives you quite the opposite recollection of what you saw.
I have a look around to see if I can find any tunnels or any indication of the previous occupants.
Are you gonna go up or down?
Down, because that would be roughly where, if this tunnel is pretty much where the Continental Dragon came out of, it would be smart to go down towards where it spawned in, effectively.
Roll me investigation. Roll me investigation check.
Yeah. 23.
You take flight downwards, and you take dozens of minutes flying down. This seems to go for a very long time. One massive, uh, just descend lower and lower until all of a sudden you realize there's just a sudden opening, a wide scape of this glass as far as I can see. With initial just looking around, you see what seems to be a forest made of ice, roads, pathways. Like a vista of a countryside springs into your mind, but it's all just singular translucent ice, and you see these creatures decked out in the roads and on top of these everywhere in this place. One color though is different than the rest, in the coloration of bright orange, as you see there's this lake or a puddle, like a large puddle or almost like a lake in some sections of this wide opening, this forest, that seem to be bright orange and just occasionally bubbling.
The bubbling, I'm guessing this is magma that's finally broken through.
No. How close do you want to get to it? Because you don't sense any sensation of heat.
I'm gonna get a little bit closer.
Roll me a perception check.
Okay. Perception. I'm glad my perception's now 9.
Uh,
22.
You see these puddles as you fly closer, and you see that these puddles are surrounded by this almost ice, like this barrier, neatly all across all the puddles of this thing. And you realize as it bubbles, for a split second, you see like tiny bit of bugs or insects as the bubbles pop. Like something is there under the surface of this bubbling of these puddles.
So like bugs are coming through it. Let's see. This isn't water, is it?
You want to touch it?
No.
I mean, it from just looking, it looks thicker a lot. It's very thick, but not as far thick. Like it has this molten cheese, like this dark orange molten cheese feel, or like a coloration of an amber that is just occasionally, like lazily.
I'm going to avoid that for the time being. Something seems a bit off about that. So I'm going to continue on, because this looks like it's essentially like a frozen countryside underneath the earth.
Yeah. But you look around, you see from the place you came from, there's dozens of these openings and holes that go just into this place, and you see massive, like this is miles long of this countryside, and you can see in the distance just massive holes have been carved out as well, and you realize it's not like naturally formed. It looks like it's been sculpted out purposely.
Okay. So I'm going to continue on. There's like a different pathway, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of pathways, but none of them show any like significance. This, yeah.
I'm going to just choose a pathway and follow it till it stops.
Roll me d12.
Yeah.
Also, are you walking or following it?
Well, I'm not walking because that's where all those weird things
Perception check. Oh God.
Yeah, even with a 7, I succeed probably.
Oh no! You. So Ramon, you take it takes a good like 10 or so minutes choosing a random path, and it's just a pathway that leads like just straight on, and all of a sudden just slightly drops and drops and drops, like even goes even deeper, and all of a sudden it straightens out again. Still, you see familiar, like there's no thin ice blocking you this time, but you see these ice beasts are formed everywhere, and you just all of a sudden you end up a spotting just at the edge. Oh boy. Um all all that all that you can see is this amber formation of what seems to be crystals, these jagged pieces into this eyes, and a massive river that just continues onwards from the eyes. And as you go like few 100 feet like away, like closer to it, like a few 100 feet to this start of this crystal thing, all of a sudden you hear a sudden crack as you turn around, and all of a sudden you see a sudden burst of this orange liquid behind you, like a good 500-700 feet away from the way you came, just cracks open and starts to spill just towards into you. What would you like to do, Ravan?
I'm going to get the hell away from that stuff it's flowing towards me, right?
The entire cave is gonna be filled with it.
Oh crap.
Yes.
So I'm at the...
You're about 300 feet where the ice ends and this amber stuff begins, and you hear a crack. Look behind you. You see 700 feet away a giant just crack of ice shatters, and just have you ever seen the fucking videos of like piping getting clear and just a fucking blast of shit?
No, I have not.
Oh, well.
But I can imagine.
Yeah, and all of a sudden you just see a torrent, this orange sludge just going towards you at very fast speeds. What would you like to do?
I'm going to get the fuck out.
In what fashion?
Flying as fast as I can.
Towards where?
Avoiding it. Back the way I came, if I can.
No, you can't. Yes,
sorry.
I told you. You literally got buffed up. So you got a choice. What are you gonna do? Because.
Okay, is there any other paths out of here?
It would be continuing the path into the Orange River, and hoping that you don't get just suffocated in it.
Fine. Damn if I do, damn if I don't. Let's just do this. I take a deep breath and then head that way.
Oh boy. Roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh god. This was a mistake. Please. That 20.
Oh god.
This is bad.
As you fly in, all of a sudden you see the crystals that were encompassing the entrance of the lake just crack like dry bone, and you see this mist just start to form, and your entire body is covered in this orange mist. And you fly through it, and all of a sudden it's fine. It's alright. You fly through it, the sludge just kind of subsides, and just kind of it continues to like fill up. Like you got about like 200 feet of like above ground, and it's like 150 of like 100 feet below where you're flying. There's just this river of sludge that is just filling the river now. Few seconds after the orange mist clogs you, all of a sudden you see all of it sinks into your skin.
Oh, that time.
And all of a sudden you feel an immense sensation of heat and itching. Let's see. Woo, let's go. Hey, so you suffered 21 necrotic damage and you suffer 2 points of exhaustion.
No, I have resistance against necrotic.
You suffer 11 points of necrotic damage and suffer 2 points of exhaustion.
Oh god.
Yes. As it's beginning to be hard to breathe, and you see more of these mists almost on their own whim start to flow towards you. You're not feeling too good, Ravan. What are you gonna do?
After feeling that, I'm like, oh crap. I cast Bless on myself. So I now have I can roll a d4 and add that number to the saving throw. Let's see, and let's see what else should I do that helps me with this bullshit. I don't know what. Do not know what would help. Well, Greater Restoration would remove that effect probably. I'm going to try and continue.
Oh my fucking god. Okay, roll me another Constitution saving throw. This time with disadvantage, as all of a sudden you see your skin become to tore itself apart and you see maggots crawling out of it.
Oh, God. Okay, disadvantage 5 plus 8 is 13 again.
You are not having a great time. You're not having a great time. Oh god, you do realize you can just die now, right?
Really?
At exhaustion 5, you die. So if you rolled a 4 on that, you would have been dead.
Oh wait, I didn't roll a d4 to add to the thing. I forgot to.
That would not matter. That would not matter with the disadvantage.
I know.
It wouldn't have made a difference.
So even if I did roll the
and let's see. You suffer a good
I didn't know I would die at exhaustion 5.
At exhaustion 6.
Oh, it's 6.
You already suffered 2. Now you got another one.
Yeah.
It keeps rolling the d4 for you. If he rolls a 3 or higher now, you're dead.
Your vision has blackened. You see your hands are opening up blizzards and maggots are sprawling out, Ravan. I don't know how I need to tell you this.
Okay, so 39 necrotic halved.
Yes.
What's that? Wait a minute. Yeah, I'm doing Word of Recall. So that's 19. Wait, 39 is the necrotic damage, right?
Yeah. You're
Okay, so that.
resistant
Yeah.
to necrotic, so.
Yeah, so that's 19.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'm out.
Okay.
Yeah, Word of Recall immediately.
Oh boy. So, as you recall, and you make your way back to the ship, I would like you to roll me another Constitution save, bro.
Oh. And I can, of course, do the D4 if I want to.
Do you want to?
Yes. 20 cents.
Okay. So, you all of a sudden manifest back in the consecrated grounds of your uh, ascension. And the first thing you realize is you see orange. You don't see anything else, and look at your you look at your hands and you see there's chitin growing out of it, and you see the maggots by the hundreds littering the floor. You are feeling nothing. You are feeling numb. But something in your head screaming that you're in so much trouble.
Greater restoration on myself.
Okay.
We're slowly running out of
Roll-
adequate.
Roll me a D100.
We're making use of those spell slots again.
Had to.
Oh boy. Okay, roll me another D100. Let's go. Oh, hell yeah. Let's go. So, Ravan, as you cast Greater Restoration, all of a sudden your vision just the orange just reverts back to your normal vision. All of a sudden, you throw up maggots as far as the eye can see, as large as a foot long. Your entire bile is one of orange, and as soon as they exit out your body, all of a sudden you see all of them start to combust and fire.
Oh, fuck that place.
Did he end up in the amber caves?
Yes.
Oh goodness, good luck, Evan.
Wait, did I end up in the Underdark?
Worse.
Worse. A lot worse.
The Underdark.
Yes.
Oh.
So, Revan, roll me just another concept, just one more before I'm gonna leave to someone else, and you pass out. Let's go.
I'm unconscious.
Yes.
Fuck.
Oh boy.
So is it still just 2 levels of exhaustion, or am I at 4?
3.
3. Okay. Shoot.
So, now, Ken, boy, if you're here.
Yep.
Yeah, it took you like a good half an hour after you met, everyone, like everyone on in the tavern, and essentially everybody split up, leaving you with Joseph alone, because, Electra told that you're like the best person. He just kind of takes a seat by the bar and just kind of looks at you preparing all the drinks, kind of proceeds occasionally just grunt in the distance. So, Norn, what is this place? Your home, your dwelling, city?
There's a long pause as he's doing that. Like, it was my home until he destroyed it and made us all leave.
he being the one who's still there. And we're going to fight.
Oh boy.
Just go ahead.
Yeah. He kind of looks at you. So, what's the deal with all the drinking? I was told this was like a war declaration, not just everybody's laying half dead asleep.
Yep. Ish. Thing is when you get in around here, when we have few drinks, it's not just a few drinks. We're basically
Constant alcoholic.
essentially.
That was actually said by my simulacrum. No.
Yeah. I guess it just, for those who have been displaced from their actual home, I believe it's called realms, it's a way to help cope.
I guess you can relate to that. Seeing that you're the one that probably suffered the most, unless everybody else were from Norn. Also, who are these people? Are these? And he kind of points at the huddled up bunch of like Soviet people, especially at the high command, who still have their coats with medals just kind of by their chest.
That's. He smiles almost in recollecting the past. It's like, oh, that was a fun way of going, meeting them. You see, we had this giant red orc with us once. Believe he's coming back soon. Basically, we found this island that appeared. It was in the middle of a war. And through lots of shenanigans, we kind of stopped that fighting and took on whoever wanted to come along. Not quite sure about their ideologies when we first got them, but they've since, as far as I'm concerned, have revoked those ideologies.
He just kind of leans back on the chair, just looking at the group. You know, these remind me something that I know of.
Really?
Yeah. If I recall, maybe. I mean, the Soviets? Yeah, but what era? I don't really know.
I do believe at one point they mentioned that that's what they were.
Oh, what battle was this again? He kind of leans closer.
Stalingrad.
Well, Fletcher, you're not here.
My simulacrum is.
Oh, for fucking sake. Fine.
He's a lot less talkative.
Yeah. Joseph looks at the simulacrum that looks at you, Ken. Wow. That is close. Very close, but interesting. So one side is the Soviets and the other are the boy.
Germans.
Yeah, Germans, Nazis, whatever the fuck. You see, all of a sudden, his face just kind of sinks in.
Are you from the world that they came from?
Yeah, a bit into the future, though. A bit into the future.
I'd say weird, but that's honestly not the weirdest thing that's from this that I've seen since I've been here.
Yeah, in due time, you realize that the world, many worlds in fact, have a lot of weird stuff to showcase. And technically, this is not even the closest thing to the weirdest things I've seen. But that's a story for another time. So, since you know most, have you ever seen a giant shade like this, and he kind of extends his hand just in front of him, and it's all just drenched in this blackish woodish ichor that you're familiar with? Have you ever seen this, just like a giant, like we're talking a mile, tall, massive, screaming incoherently?
Lots of multiple tendrils.
It doesn't really have tendrils. And it's more, a walking giant blob of this shit and just spreading it all and manifesting more as it continues on its warpath. Seeing that you don't really know what I'm talking about, I'm gonna guess that you're not facing a colossi, so that's good. Now, question is, are you facing a herald? Most likely. Okay, I'll ask you this question. Is there a hierarchy? Is there a hierarchy that you notice of these creatures? That there is a chain of command?
I know the one we're about to go kill had somebody he was talking in league with.
Then you might be facing a herald. That is also good news and also bad news. Yeah. Any pictures? Because I mean, flying ship, and this is not like a flying on hydrogen or flying with magic. Because this doesn't look like your magical ship. Too much metal for that bullshit.
It's made with science.
Science, good. Do you have any references to what the island is or how it looks?
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty sure we can pull up the surveillance and show you, as well as I can probably draw a picture. What cheap starts doing.
So, as you see the first people just kind of slump onto the tables and either gathering their heads in pain or just incoherently requesting water. Some people getting on the actual tables by the bar. All of a sudden you see a glint of blood from Joseph's eye, from his from your perspective, his right eye. As all of a sudden he starts to look through the hallway, and you see his eye that was like this dull blue, all of a sudden just emblazes, and there's this dark red fire coursing through its iris, completely snuffing out any other color in the eye, as he seems to intently looking through the hallway.
He's gonna look. It's like, you see something over there, mate?
You know how I said that this was one of not so weird things? I think you found something that I was kinda seeking. As you see his whole demeanor kind of changes as he kind of shifts his entire body just away from the bar and just towards the hallway, and you see him gripping tightly the bar to the point that you see that bits and pieces of the woodwork just start to snap. And he seems to be intently looking. And then you look at the corridor and there's nothing there, but you can hear something walking as the entire ship is quiet. And you see Zvita walk into the hallway. Or I guess through the doorway. All of a sudden, eyes darting around and looking at Joseph. Her eyes start to glare crimson. And she immediately books it away from the door. As all of a sudden, you see Joseph books it after her. What would you like to do, Kenda? Also, lecture simulacrum. About a minute and a half or so after the blade was delivered by Vorum, and you basically still seeing it, what you want to do next. You see through the simulacrum what is going on.
I don't even see it. My simulacrum is a separate sentience.
But
it could inform me about it, but it will do so once we're back at the ship.
Well, okay.
So for now, it's just like a video recording camera
I'm
that
going
I can access later.
Can I tell Lecter what's going on? Immediately.
It casts sending to me, informing me about the fact that shit's going on.
As I literally hop over the counter, as I'm going to say, Bloody Mary's on the counters, as I just book it.
Okay. Ken, you see all of a sudden, while he's running towards the doorway out of the tavern, all of a sudden he stops and he starts looking up, and it seems he's like tracking something above him, and all of a sudden he just jumps, and you see a claw manifest where his hand is, and he just kind of just punctures into the hull, and all of a sudden he just crawls through the hole, leaving no signs of actual puncture.
Boys, everybody. Every day.
So, lecture.
New things to get used to. I'm still making my way up.
Yeah. So, lecture, what would you like to do? Because you got
My own simulacrum has just been tasked to
tell him that the new guy's going after your girlfriend.
Yeah, like Lecter knows now, and the response would be along the lines of, keep an eye on both of them. Make sure they don't kill themselves. Only step in if absolutely necessary. Leave most of this to Ken for now. Like, make sure he keeps an eye on them as well.
So I guess Ken.
At least that's the last information I was still given. I will be accompanying you, but I would prefer for you to take the center role because my simulacrum has limited power.
Okay. So, what you basically see as you make it on the main deck, Zvita is by the edge of the ship, like the very tip of it, looking back, and somewhere between like 80, 90 feet away from her, just in the middle of the ship, close to the pool, you see Joseph just standing there. You see that his arms and his legs and some of his back is manifested in this parasite, as he seems to be just hands crossed looking at her. And Zvita, for the first time in ever, she shows fear. Ken, what would you like to do? You're about 60 feet from Joseph, so, and about
looking at both of them, trying to assess it. He's more concerned about the new guy because doesn't know him. It's like he's like, now listen here. Whatever qualms you have with Vita, it has to wait. I don't know why you're chasing her or why she's running from you. But that's not why you're here.
all of a sudden he turns at you, and you don't see a face of a human anymore. You see what seems to be a lycanthrope, a face of a wolf, littered in the parasite, as it looks at you and points at Zvita. Who brought her here? How did she ended up here? Why do you have her here?
He has been with us since almost the beginning of our journey. We've Lecter found her in a book. We've eventually released her, and she's been one of
You
our
released
allies ever
yourself.
since. She
But-
released herself, and she's been one of the best allies ever since.
There is a very sweet, sickening chuckle that goes to a full-blown, maddening laughter from Joseph. Her, your ally, maybe in the short term, but she will lead all of you to ruin. I can swear upon that. Oh! Every, what have you put yourself into this time? All of a sudden, the gaze looks bad at Zvita. Zvita is paralyzed. She is... Her sassiness, her cold, noblish demeanor is gone. She looks more like a cornered dog than anything.
By this point, with the whole talking, I have now put myself between both of them. And it's like, I don't know about that. I don't know anything about her, but I do know she's an ally right now, and she's helping us further our goals of helping it. If it be in the short term, then that's fine by me.
He kind of looks. You have like you're a bit like half a foot shorter than him. As he kind of looks back at you, all of a sudden, all the parasite just subsides, and he kind of just stares you down with his red eye. Lecter is in charge of this place, is he? He commands the ship, he commands the crew, is it not?
Yes.
Then he shall hear all about Everly.
He will once he returns.
What the?
That being said by the simulacrum.
Yeah, no. He kind of looks at you, Ken, and then looks at Zvita. I've been to the monastery. I've been to its rubble. I heard their pleas, Every. I heard what you done to them. You have a lot to answer for. And all of a sudden, he just turns around and just slowly goes below deck in this quickened pace. You looking back at Sveta, you see she's mortified and she plumps to her knees, her hand clutching the chest. looking at you. Roll me an insight check. If you could, let's go.
T8.
You seen upon yourself a broken down individual that you would probably never thought you would see broken down to begin with. First out of fear for her life, but now by the words that seem to be cutting deep into her mind, as she seems to be remembering something she wished she hadn't. And moments after, she slowly but surely starts to turn into a sobbing mess.
Is she standing?
No, she's on her knees.
I want to kneel down, so it's just like, and just be right there. It's like,
roll me dex save.
Oh, all right.
Okay. So all of a sudden you... Okay, you know what? Let's just quickly... All of a sudden, a sudden force of just energy bursts out of her, and you feel the whole, like, just the burst of wind just trying to blow you out from her location, but you stand still, barely moving a budge, but you take 22 force damage.
Mm-hmm.
As she looks up at you, there's nothing. The self-pity and the pain all of a sudden turns into bitterness and rage as her eyes start to glow bright red. Do not come to me. Do not comfort me. Do not approach me. You have no right. And I shall not accept anything from you.
Just watching. If she looks, there's nothing but pain, understanding. You need to be left alone for just a second.
Not just a second.
For a little bit. If you do need somebody to talk to, come find me.
Roll me wisdom saving throw.
Yeah, nowhere doing flash.
You all of a sudden see the bitterness in her eyes fixate on yours as you hear a voice echo through her mouth into your mind. Leave. All of a sudden, as if a very strict soldier, all of a sudden you do a 180, start to move on your own in a quickened pace back below deck, and about 30 seconds or so, you stop just realizing that you gain control of your body again.
After a little bit, he realizes what happened, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Lecter, is your simulacrum anywhere nearby?
He would have marched off after you.
There's like...
Let's let Lecter know what happened and that he desperately needs to get back whenever possible.
He's
And
currently
from then,
still busy with one other project.
Mhm.
In the light of that, he has asked me of something.
Yeah, and what?
The last thing they're currently occupied with is, of course, gathering armament. And in the light of such an activity, they have grouped up to find the person who made Terry's armor. Would there be anything of relevance for you? Armor, weaponry, equipment, items, tools.
I have a few. I have only 2 requests. A really good sword just in case, and a good amount of scrap metal for the scientists for the upcoming project I have planned for them.
I will relay those wishes.
But in the meantime, make sure that just keep your distance from Zvita, but keep it on. Assuming she's going to need help when we get.
Is Vida currently on the main deck?
She is.
Lecter's simulacrum would move to the bridge and just observe the main deck from there.
Oh yeah, looking for Joseph Ken, you find him back in the tavern, giving out people who seem to be slowly rising up. You count at least like 12 of them, and many more like actually starting to rise up. And you see him giving out your Bloody Marys to them to drink.
He's just going to go back to the bar, do that. He's not going to engage with them. Just focus more on the scientists and everybody else who needs good old pick me up.
Before we go to somewhere else, you stay both in quiet, working, while everybody slowly but surely drinks and recovers slowly. Then Joseph just speaks up. Lecturer asked about destructions of worlds, about ruin, what I caused potentially. Did he ever ask her about it? How many worlds she has ruined?
Stop. Pause a sec. I don't believe he has. From what you're saying right now, I assume there's too numerous to count. I have my doubts and suspicions about her. Trust me, I have that about everybody. But right now, she serves a purpose. She seems to now have care, or at least seems to care about Lecter right now.
There's this.
And see,
as you speak, there's this ironic smile coming through across his face. He doesn't like stop you from speaking. He has this like smile. Yeah, you can continue, Ken. He's not saying anything. There's just this creepy smile. Just.
Any consolation to you? Give him my oath to protect Lecter, so if she tries anything, be there, I'll be right there beside him to help do my best to get him out of it.
I'll be blunt. Whatever you're facing in Norn, she potentially might be just worse. Not because what she carries, but how she deals with things. So, with that, back to Lecter, Terry, Gen, Julie. Right? So where do you want to head? Where do you want to teleport? Can you even teleport?
And teleport. Terry has
Right.
told me about a shop, so
Do we?
it seems like a worthwhile investment.
True.
All right. So with that said, kind of Terry. Let's see. I need to. I'm trying to look back in my memory of seeing if I can remember the name of the place we went. But honestly,
History check.
yep. I have a feeling that was going to be it. I'd hate to use magic just to remember this, but you know. Magical memory activate. Oh, 21.
So, the two-eyed mongrel, guarded by a black dragonborn, and the owner of the bar, the sender and the deliverer, in the underworld of Noak. You remember it well.
Made quite an impression. Yeah, so he starts relaying that to Lecter. He's like, yeah, you can just get about anything here. Though I really have to stress everything's quite expensive here. They don't sell quality goods. They sell the best goods.
Hmm.
Don't expect to buy anything else.
I can see that from your armor.
Yeah.
So,
This cost 400,000.
is this a place that... Wait, sorry, again?
This cost over 400,000 gold. I hope you're prepared for that.
You saw those chests?
Very well then. Let's get to it.
Oh,
So
if
we
you're
need
not
to
too
teleport.
busy.
Hmm.
Oh, after the teleport, it's fine. Could you identify my violin?
We're about to meet up with someone that can do this for us. Bird
It's
Boy.
fine either way.
Last session.
We can either do it there, here, or he can do it. Works in whichever way fits you best.
Let's get the
Okay.
shopping done first.
Okay. This place has been described to me thoroughly, so I guess I'm trying to
I
teleport
can even
there
cast
unless it
major
can be
image to make it look like. Oh no, I can't. Never mind.
So unless there's a way to directly reach it without leaving the city, I guess we're teleporting there.
I believe they have Eric, you mentioned they have like ways to teleport out of here beyond just using the spell, right?
Yeah, but you never actually follow through that unless you want to go on a goose chase for the teleportation hub.
I don't think we
It's
have
up to
time for
Lecter.
that for now.
It's up to Lecter if he wants to use the spell slot or try to go for that. That's up to you.
I can do this 6 more times, so...
Alright, we're good.
I'm fine.
I don't know how many spell slots you got.
So,
A few.
roll me a d100.
I will. Wait, wrong screen. God, I'm rolling like shit today.
Oh my fucking...
Honestly,
So,
Julie's teleport checks are immaculate.
So what happens is, oh god, give me a second. Let me find the music. I didn't thought it's gonna be that bad. No, it's not that bad, it's just... Give me a second.
I genuinely need to have a conversation with Parallax later today on how to achieve teleportation without fail.
Okay. Electra, if you look at the if you look at the music plot, you might be now sweating bullets. Like, what the heck?
Interesting.
Interesting, yeah. Oh boy. So, a flash and a pop, and all of a sudden, your eyes just asphyxiate. Because, first of all, Terry, you remember that Two-Eye Mongrel was, in a dark, gloomy, cavernous system. This is very bright. You look up, Lecter, and you see a familiar landscape, a familiar cityscape. You're in Kalna.
Two-eyed crow.
I don't think this is quite the right place.
And you basically see what seems to be just an alleyway. That you're basically at the end of an alleyway that goes to the normal street, quite high up in north, not like closer to the beach. And you see in this alleyway, there's a pin-like control to the wall, by what you don't really know, like a taxidermy stuffed animal, and below it there's a very heavily reinforced iron door. Terry, looking at the door, same with Julian again, you can see some sort of resemblance to what you saw in Noak.
Interesting.
Oh, maybe I should have been the one doing the teleports. This one's even worse than mine.
Sometimes things go wrong. That's just how teleportation works.
Hmm.
But you'll be fine with taking the next one.
Julie, how many teleports you got on you?
None. I can't right now. I need to sleep more.
Yeah, I thought as much.
Yes, let's continuing to try.
Well, if you want a more clear image, I can... Wait, does mental magic work on you?
It does, to an extent.
Well, if no one has any better ideas, I could give you a more vivid image of where this is, through more direct means.
Feel free to, I guess.
Alright. And then I'd ask you not to resist. He puts up his hand and, with, looking for a nod of approval at least one more time before convincing. You,
Past imprisonment.
Alright. Modified memory. I'm going to, give him some of, my memories of getting here, what it looks like, and things like that.
Lecter, you get the memories of Terry's thing, and all of a sudden you look at the door, just below the giant beast, and you realize that's literally the same door as Terry in Terry's memory. Just the different place. You're in like in a sandy alleyway in the Archipelago, while that was somewhere damp underground, surrounded by rogues and thieves. Door is the same door.
You think? Looks back and forth.
It does look pretty similar.
But maybe... who the hell knows?
You will know what the shopkeeper looks like.
Yes. He's a hard face to remember, especially... Hard face to forget, I mean.
We can check inside and see what it looks like. Yes, we're moving in.
You knock on the door, and all of a sudden, you see two emerald eyes come above the slits, and just looks at all of you. Aha! What do you want?
Customers?
Yeah, I recognize you. Who's this one? All of a sudden, the gaze looks at the lecturer.
Customers deep
Somebody interesting. Somebody interested in becoming a customer.
Roll me. You know what? Roll me persuasion with advantage. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
I will inspire him too, because you know.
Okay.
Got a lot of bardic
Roll the inspiration first, then.
Oh, you get to roll the inspiration usually, don't you?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I mean,
Which
unless you want me
is,
to
in
roll,
your
I'll
case,
roll it.
please
D12.
roll. D12.
Please roll
okay.
it. Like the panic in Lex's voice in that moment. Yeah, average.
Oh wait, just realized I'm still on the wrong channel. That's why I wasn't seeing anything. So guess that still applies.
Woo!
30.
All of a sudden,
Yeah, straight 30.
all of a sudden you hear a "all right," and then all of a sudden just a bunch of twists and turns, a lot of locks and grinding of metal, and the door swings wide shut. Open. Terry, you see
Yes.
a familiar purplish violet just base curtains few feet behind the black dragon board. You recognize the dragon board immediately. This is the place.
Ah, this brings back memories.
That is the correct place.
Apparently, I think these doors are something special.
Very interesting.
I don't want to stand out here any longer. It's already getting up in my armor. Let's go.
Give me a second. I'm just gonna quickly.
Teleport, go back.
Yeah, let's just leave now.
Give me a second. Why did it do this? Let's see.
The bot has a mind of its own. It will obey your will.
This should work. Hell yeah. So, there's no music. There's nothing. You go through the drapes, through the curtains, and you find yourself, or everybody else except for Lecter, a familiar place. For Lecter, you see, this is a very opulent place in terms of wood and cloth. Very nice tables with very opulent chairs. Everything seems orderly. You see four hooded individuals. Their face, or however you want to look upon them, they always have the shadow over them. You can not depict any of their characteristics. You see a handful of animated brooms sweeping the tavern's exterior and interior. And you see what seems to be behind the bar. No drinks, no foods, and nothing can be seen or heard. You see this man well dressed in velvet silks, an old human male, tan skin, grayish, almost whitish hair. Um, his eyes almost semi-permanently closed as he all of a sudden looks upon you almost distinctly. Ah, new customers. Terry, how you been? It's good to see that the ring offered some protection in your adventures.
Yeah, it came in handy sooner than I thought it would. Thanks for that. Kind of.
And I recognize you, Baron Orion. In a different form, but a Baron nonetheless. I welcome you, my fair sir, to my humble presence, to my humble business, as he kind of slightly bows in front of you, behind the counter.
Lecter actually also bows to the same extent. A royal title in here is irrelevant. For now, I'm but a customer. Someone who wishes to become a customer.
Very good, very good. I do not know if I need to retell how things or transactions go upon here, or you were told already, but I'll do the courtesy nonetheless. We offered the highest of end goods. anything that the gold, silver, platinum, or other valuables can buy can be procured, acquired, um, made, harvested. We do not sell any common goods. We are an establishment with a reputation. You ask, or you ask what you desire, and we see how quickly we can procure it with a price. So, Baron Orion, how I could serve you today?
We are preparing to fight a great battle, and seeing Terry's armor, amongst other things, has inspired us to upgrade our own equipment to the peak as well. As someone who mostly deals with the arcane arts, I am not much interested in armor, and because I already have to deal with this, I kind of pull with the flag on my back. Staffs also don't really pose much of an option. But I was thinking, since the role of the Baron is slowly re-emerging, a crown made for a caster.
Of course, a focusing iris for any capable arcane user of arcane. Any peculiar wishes or wants?
Harry
Because
puts the hand on his shoulder. If we're dealing with anti-magic fields, it's best to be prepared.
That is correct. There's two specific things that would be helpful. We are most likely going to enter an anti-magic field, which of course is a caster's weakness. And we will likely encounter an entity that will try to possess and infect us with a certain parasite. Trying to cleanse, or at least force the entity to stop, or at least hinder its movement, would also be appreciated. But of course, that is a bit of an esoteric order.
all of a sudden, its eyes slightly open up, and you see murky black woodish, just, just nothingness, as he looks upon you, Terry, and looks back at the lecturer. I know of the procurements you speak of. I know of the entity you most likely referring to. That is an extremely complicated task for a simple item for a simple individual, let alone for a group. But it's nothing we can procure. Anything else? Or just
It's
dampen the
too
immunity to the parasite, as you call it?
Since you seem to be a specialist, let's see, any clear recommendations? Illusions. Been a common annoyance, and even though I have ways of equipping myself with it temporarily, it does sometimes fall short. Access to a way behind the veil would be nice. And since, from what I can tell, the armor that Harry is wearing seems to have some enhancing properties, Would there be ways to do similar things to arcane prowess?
There's a nod with a smile. Everything for a price, dear Baron. Everything for a price.
Is it possible to get estimates?
If I uh, if I he all of a sudden you see him just kind of like out behind the counter, under the counter, just kind of grab a piece of paper and he kind of reads it. You don't know what language it is. You don't recognize
Mm.
it. And is it just a scribble or just something archaic in origin? So you wish a headpiece in the shape of a crown that would grant immunity or resistance to this parasite, as you call it, and most likely similar effects, but also additionally granting sight to see all for every single veil possible, at least to our capability, and grant enhanceability to assist you in the arts of arcane.
With some way to suppress the effects of an anti-magic field on the caster and his chosen spells.
Alone as an individual or an area?
Alone.
Anything else?
Not for this request. I have 2 more, but
2,350,000 gold pieces, and estimated time of arrival would be in 11 days and 8 hours.
200 million.
No.
Wait, again?
2,350,000. 2.35 million, my good sir.
The equipment of the gods. Yeah. That is, to my knowledge. He looks over at Lactia. Well, it's your money.
It is, in fact, my money.
You're about to risk your life to save the world. I mean, when else are you gonna spend it?
Swag, 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 swag.
Money's useless in the grave, is it not?
That is a good point.
That is the least materialistic thing I've ever heard you say, Julie.
Wow.
Like like grabs his middle finger and just like writes a small line into the air, writing out that number. Accepted.
Payment of front baron, if you will. I know you have a status and probably a reputation to pull, but still, we have our own
Of course.
ruling.
I won't count out the pieces yet because, of course, there's 2 more orders.
Very well. What else?
So before this continues, I do want to uphold honesty in this. Lecter's going to draw his anti-magic field demi-plane and carry out the first of the chests full of 5 million gold.
Proof of spending cash, basically.
5 million gold pieces provided in bear inside this obsidian chest. I would say feel free to count, but that would be a bit redundant.
You see all of a sudden the eyes spark as he kind of goes with his fingers through the obsidian chest. Has a kobold procured the chest for you?
Indeed.
Little thing. Quite adventurous.
Indeed.
He kind of just nods. Very well. What would be your other 2 orders?
blade, ideally fashioned in the shape of a falchion, designed as a backup for someone who's usually fighting at long ranges. Of course, mastercraft, but assuming that his role usually should be in the back of the fight. Something nimble, fast, allowing him to get back into the range he's most comfortable with.
Interesting. Anything else?
Not on this order.
In that regard, the blade would cost you 312,000 gold pieces.
I will get back to that. For now, the chest stays here as a confirmation of the previous prices. 300,000, you said?
312. Yeah, 312.
312. Noted. And as for the last piece, a set of armor for a young ascendant. I will use Project Image to make an image of Ravan. Size and proportions. He couldn't attend in person. He's currently raiding a dragon horde.
Little do you know, I'm passed out.
Of course. He doesn't seem to be a fan of incredibly heavy armor like this, but I think something of similar style should still be appropriate. Not heavy, but allowing for still agile movement, especially since he recently gained flight. I do not know much of his specific wishes as to what he would be interested in. So, for this set of armor, if that is an option, I would like to leave you some room for play for ideas. If you have any recommendations. This goes for both the blade and the set of armor. I would like to make it that by the end of this one chest is entirely empty, with the remains left over from the crown being spent equally on the blade and the set of armor. Meaning an availability of 1.325 million per piece.
He kind of immediately stops riding and looks at the chest. I assume he kind of starts to write a bunch of stuff, scribbling even fanatically. I did something similar to one of your companions.
Really?
Yes. He immediately looks at Julie. How's that blade doing, dearie?
Oh, it handles like a dream. I absolutely love it. Thank you.
Handles.
Very well. If you wish to put up to my discretion.
I usually don't like to trust people who I don't have any personal experience with. But seeing your wondrous work on the other people makes you well deserving of my trust.
I need a piece of them. He all of a sudden just almost snaps his head towards the side, like something is behind him, and all of a sudden just slowly throws his back to you. I need a piece of them so I can fully understand their potential. Alternatively, they can also arrive here in person, and that will also be achievable.
Summoning them here directly will be difficult.
Or alternatively, if you wish to spend a bit more money, I can offer you these. As he just kind of he claps his hands together, and all of a sudden just kind of pulls them apart, like just slightly tugs one hand away from one another, and a blade, a small little dagger forms, and it's a very this purplish metal blade, and it has like 3 inches of just blade. If I could procure 2 of these for one of each individual, all we would need is a puncture of blood on their finger or wherever you wish to procure them or stab them. That is all I would need for a reference point. But these daggers cost 10,000 gold pieces each for each individual.
Am I still unconscious?
Yes.
Damn. I can't do a sending back. It's like, okay, did not find Dragon Horde, may have ended up in the Underdark.
Mm.
I can't do
Okay.
that. Damn.
I will leave the chest here for now. Terry, Julie, could you two watch for me to make sure that everything is in order? I will return with my companions shortly.
Certainly.
Sending to Ravan and Ken. Ken, please come to the main deck. I need you for something. Ravan, return to the ship now. I need you on the main deck.
There's no response from Ravon.
Oh, fuck's sake. I'm teleporting to the ship anyway.
Yeah.
Make it over there. Gonna
So are you teleporting
to the main deck?
Are you teleporting on the main deck?
Yep.
So give me a second. Where is it? So of course.
Meanwhile, me, Julie, just staring at the shopkeeper. Good day.
Wait, I know. All of a sudden, the send and deliverer just kind of claps his hands and just kind of looks at you. I know, like I said before, the first time we met, I did not opt to procure food or drinks, but since you brought a baron, opulent baron at that, willing to spend ample amounts of gold, how about a lunch on the house?
Sounds great.
Oh, of course. I'm absolutely peckish.
Okay, so yeah, while you're having lunch in the one place you don't have lunch, yeah, actually you get back to the ship on the main deck, and the first person you see, because I see you immediately teleport, you see, hang over, Pablo just slowly climbing, like on all fours on the bridge, and you look around and you see Zveta just kind of curled up in the corner at the very edge of the ship, like the front of it, against the 2 railings that connect. Her eyes immediately dart to you, but she does not stand up, she does not move, she just looks upon you.
Heard about what's been going on aboard the ship.
He says nothing. kind of eyes you. Roll me an insight check.
Fuck's sake. Huh?
You forgot.
Oh, yeah. That was wrong.
Be glad you rolled that wrong.
I just imagine fucking
Yeah.
like there's brain just caved in, just fucking
Just Windows error noise.
yeah.
Brain shuts off. -11. Holy fuck.
You see she wants to tell you a lot of stuff, but she also doesn't want to lie to you. And she's having this eternal conflict, just staring you down. There's this bitterness, but not towards you, towards herself. And there's this like sadness, realization, epiphany of sorts that she doesn't really seem to be coming to terms with very well.
I've been relayed some of the conversations going on. My simulacrum has been listening. And I do agree with what was being said. There were some questions that still need to be asked. And I see that you want to say something. But because there's an ongoing deal right now, and because you're obviously not ready yet to talk about it, keep thinking. Formulate your words now. In the evening, we can talk as much as you want. And I'll walk past her. Meeting 10 somewhere down there and casting Locate Creature. Trying to find Ravan, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, you can find easily Ravan. Also, you can see, of course, Ken getting to the main deck. At the moment, about half of the crew is awake. Half of them are still, like, they're not having a hangover, but they're still, like, all just kind of wobbly. And you can see some of them are making their way through the hallways. Yeah, here's the thing, everybody seems to be looking at you with this ounce of respect that you actually have not seen or recognized before. There's this moment where they seem to look up at you, like not this physically because you're sometimes taller than them, but like looking with some sort of hope in their eyes as they stare upon you. For a moment, as they pass by, or you pass them. But yeah, Ken, you're, I guess, on the main deck. Or somewhere halfway that you meet up.
Yeah. I will be taking you somewhere in a second for a measurement. We were talking about a blade, and that blade is going to be acquired quite soon, but they need something from you for it. Just some measurements, nothing major. As for Ravan, would we arrive at Ravan's position right now?
Yeah, you arrive at Ravan's position. You see Ravan covered in like destroyed scales, like chitinous material around him. You see what seems to be a larva insect that have been smoldered into pieces, and you see this pool of bright orange yellowish liquid that seems to burn with each, like it's burn whenever it touches like a source of light. Just if there's like a spot of light coming from outside, there's no liquid on it, and you see Ravan in the middle of it, just kind of there, lifeless,
face down in the dirt.
Yeah.
I just like slightly nudge him with my foot.
You see in his hands there's several just rents into the flesh, like holes into the skin where something has crawled out, just looking through it.
Yes, we gotta get pest control as well. Still. Ken, do you happen to have a knife on you?
Yeah, I do.
Could I
Was that
borrow that
just
for a second?
pulls out a dinky knife? Yep.
Is there one of these fingers that... Is there a finger that legit has, like, one of these holes?
No, it's mainly on its arms and probably legs. You can see.
Okay.
You can see
Well,
his...
it's finger anyway.
Oh, you're gonna just cut his finger off.
He's never gonna know. Wait a second.
Are you gonna even like?
That's
check?
shitty anyway.
Are you even gonna just check if he's alive, or are you just gonna just kind of?
I was able to locate creature him, so I assume he's still alive. Otherwise, I would have needed to use locate object.
Oh my god, he's like he's surrounded by this.
I have to turn him around anyway to get to the hand efficiently. So
You're talking to Lecter here, the literal
Yeah, me.
robot. What do you want?
Yep. Pretty much just grabbing the hand and just in one fell swoop cutting off one of the thumbs. And with the hand that is currently holding onto the hand, you immediately see a glow and the fingers start forming back. I'm casting 8th level regenerate.
Okay. Oh god.
Don't worry, that the thumb is going to be at least as strong, if not better.
Yeah. And he just. And he just
Congratulations, you've attained gold flesh.
Yeah, literally.
and you,
Afterwards, Lecter just grabs the thumb, puts his own thumb on like the stump, on like the cut off one, and casts a really weak version of Shocking Hands, Shocking Grasp, transmuted to fire to cauterize the end of the wound so it stops bleeding. And then he just grabs this. Hold on to my hand for a second, Ken. Don't worry, I'm not gonna cut yours off.
Immediately
At
cuts it
least
off.
get him back to his room with a couple of healing potions. At least have somebody else take a look at him.
oh yeah, where's your simulacrum, Lecter?
Still on the main deck.
Okay.
I could honestly task him with that.
So here's the thing. All of a sudden, as you teleport out and you come back to the position where basically the entrance into the two-eye mongrel, all of a sudden you see, like, as soon as you get oh wait, oh no, never mind. No, you don't. Unless did you order out simulacrum for specific stuff?
No, he's honestly just chilling.
Chilling, vibing. Okay, fine. Okay. Oh yeah, Tim. You make it back to the inn, where you basically see now the counter, the bar of it, is decorated and almost littered with meats, foods, just a fucking buffet that would fit for like a nobility of like 60 set up for 3 people. As there's plenty of everything, and there's like still this like corner side where Center Deliver is present, and he was always there, but everybody just kind of scooted aside and are just eating. But yeah.
So, we've returned. You can, of course, take... yeah. To start it, I'm of course the one to receive the headpiece. This fine gentleman named Kendall, will be the receiver of the blade. And the young ascendant sadly was unresponsive, so we took a little trinket and I hold up the finger. Of course, replaced it. So that doesn't need any modifications to the armor. But I think this piece should be enough to provide for your services.
He kind of examines you, Ken, just kind of eyes you up and down. So, Falchion, any specific needs besides, Oh wait, I don't. Does he immediately looks at you, Lecter? Does since the obtainer of the weapon is here, does he want to modify it in any way, or is it still the same?
That's for you to decide, Ken. Any specific thing you would like for your side weapon?
That depends. What did you already told him?
An agile weapon that would make it easier for you to get back into your position as the sniper. And I thought keeping the tradition of you wielding falchions would be quite a nice touch. Other than that, I'm leaving you and him to free choice.
No, I think that's pretty much sums up what I was looking for right there, to be honest.
Which means the rule stays that we would leave you to give options.
You see, Sender and Deliver just kind of stares at Ken blankly, just kind of occasionally, just kind of tilting its head to the side.
Unless you think of something else.
What is that? As he kind of points at the barrel of your rifle, Ken.
Oh, it's my ranged weapon that Lecter told you about.
Aha! Never seen such an odd thing before.
Boomstick.
It is a really convoluted, complicated, and advanced, boomstick. A classical pirate's cannon, refined to absolute perfection.
If you say so. I shall not.
I'm going to unholster it. Say, hey, check, make sure the safety's on before handing it. Make sure it's like, don't worry, it's unloaded.
Stares down the barrel, fires the gun.
Don't worry, it's unloaded. It'll be fine. Here, you can have a look at it.
Is this shotgun barrel look towards you, Sarge? I'm not looking down your shotgun. How about these rocket barrels?
Oh, it's a sniper rifle, bro.
He takes the thing and he has no motion of weakness when grabbing just this massive piece of metal, and he kind of observes it, just kind of like fondles it, just kind of like a statue, kind of all of a sudden just grips it like semi properly, and all of a sudden you see him starting to just flick the safety off and off. All of a sudden you see him just fucking manually reloading the weapon. He caught on to this weapon super fucking fast.
I see you've already figured it out.
True, close to perfection. But, like most things in life, they can always be modified and improved.
When you say that, you mean it by magical means?
In one more.
He's capable.
In more ways than one.
Would this also fall into your field of services?
Well, I see what it is. I see what it's able to do. As every single bow has an arrow, every single crossbow has a bolt. Does this have its counterpart?
There's several variations of it, yes.
If I can procure that, maybe I can do something better.
Just looking at Lecter. Like,
I'm pretty sure he is the peak of this world's craftsmanship, so if anybody were to be able to make something, most likely he would.
Alright.
he's gonna pull out all 4 bullet types. Regular, arm, AP, incendiary. He's gonna hesitate for the last one. Little black tips, like, be especially careful of this one. This will blow up this entire room.
And much more.
And much more. Yeah.
So, do you wish to perfect this weapon in the terms of arcane and abyssal arts?
That would be pretty good. If you can improve on it in that aspect.
Oh, I believe I can get as your Baron companion called before. I can get creative.
Alright.
How much would that kind of service run you?
Ooh.
Terry kind of says something off the cuff here. It's like, well, you know, it is a new weapon he hasn't seen before. That should be worth a discount.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Julie, too much.
I will go ahead and help out Terry with that and be like, if it'll help at all, I'll do a performance for everyone here.
Flash of
I'll look
genius?
over.
Yeah, Flash of Genius is what?
Everyone chipping it.
So +5.
Let's see.
I'll look over at Lecter. It helps to be a famous bard.
I guess.
Hey, that's that is a 35.
Plus inspiration?
Oh crap! I didn't know I had inspiration. Yeah, let me. That's a D12, right?
3 days.
That is 41.
3 days. And 118,000 gold pieces.
118,000.
Yep.
Then let's divide the part for the blade into this service and everything else for the blade.
Wait, what? You're lucky.
Second.
I was yawning.
Hmm.
What do you mean by this?
So, Ken's, like, I want to empty out this chest. And I want to pay equal amounts for Revan and Ken, which is 1,325,000 gold pieces each. And the idea is you have the 118,000 for the gun, and everything else of Ken's budget goes into the blade.
Okay. And, okay, yeah. And as for the other individual, I assume that it's his thumb.
Yes, right-handed thumb.
He kind of extends his hand, and then I guess you give it to him.
Mm. This could be one hell of a curse item.
And all of a sudden he grabs it, and all of a sudden you see just piles of sand come from the palm, the closed palm, and then he kind of extends the palm, and it's gone. I got what I needed to know.
Very nice.
Any more businesses, or are we concluded?
I would say we are concluded.
One more trip to make then. Looks over at Lecter.
One more.
We have another weapon specialist to meet up with, yeah.
Could have told me before, and then I wouldn't have balled out all of our funds.
It's fun. Oh no, don't worry. This probably won't cost money.
Actually, the irony is I have another one of these chests, so...
But look at no. This is the identifier during glass test and everything. I told you about this way back.
Oh yeah.
I just thought you cut off my character's thumb and regrew it. You just gave that thumb to that guy, right? You know how there's the hand and eye of Vecna?
Hmm.
The thumb of
Halfway
Ribbon.
there. That's
The
your
thumb of
problem now.
Ribbon. It's a just magic item. If you use it, you just get punched in the face by a godly fist.
Details will be declared later. So
Alright,
yeah.
so Terry
There's
says
the prize
same
key.
deal.
Sorry. Again.
Same deal. He raises his hand in a similar fashion to when he used Modify Memory last time.
Um.
Are you sure you want to
Honestly,
yellow that teleport?
my point is, Julie, first of all, knows the place better, most
Okay,
likely.
question, Lecture. Does your simulacrum warn of any danger that it might be happening in the vicinity?
He can inform me via sending.
Does he have sending?
Yes. He has access to all the spells that I have access to.
So all spells.
And what would be the prerequisites for seeing someone in trouble?
Active fights.
You get a very well informed message that two individuals by the name of Zvira and Joseph are fighting.
Terry, Julie, again, would you be fine with cutting down the second arms dealer for tomorrow? So we can deal with some business on the ship. I'm slowly running out of spell slots in that sense.
Yeah, I could use my spell slots back too, so I don't mind.
Gentlemen,
He looks a bit
in that case,
dejected,
your
but no
hands.
objections.
So, quickly checking something. Yep. Yep. In that case, at least for now, let's go home.
Okay, where are you gonna send the thing?
Front of the main deck.
Front of me. Oh god. Oh boy. Let's see. Do I actually have the thing? Oh boy.
I think this takes the new record for the most expensive, like, shopping trip on the server.
Easily, yeah.
Okay, then I have this one. Let's see.
So,
what the fuck? Come on, dude.
guess we're setting this out for a few days to wait on the arrival of the good stuff.
Yeah.
I know this isn't something Lecter would say, but honestly, it sounds awesome.
I will.
In response to that whole teleport saying something wrong.
Apparently.
He looks dead in the eyes. He's like, is it Svita and the new guy?
So, make it onto the main deck. The first thing you realize, Lecter, it's about noon. The sun should be at the sky, at the sky's high. You enter in pure darkness. You look upon the sky and you see the stars shining bright everywhere and anywhere, even below you. On the main deck, opposite, basically by the very edge, to the very front, you see Joseph with his massive greatsword sitting by the railings as he leans upon it. You see Zvira, what seems to be bounded by something, or something, kneeling, and you see an army of red shades, about 50 or so. And they all seems to be faceless in different sizes, from as short as like 4.5 feet tall to as large as 8 foot tall, similarly dressed as Vera, or the latest way you know, similar horn structure, and all of them have no face. No facial structure, nothing. It's a bland face. And they all seem to be staring at Zvira. And all of a sudden, you see Joseph looks upon all of you as you teleport in. And kind of waves you. Waves at you.
Joseph, there are rules for the ship.
You usually let things get this crazy in your ship, looking at Lecter.
We only had situations like this a few times. Usually whenever it happened, a god died.
Wrong god to kill.
I would personally prefer that it doesn't go like this time around.
I'd agree
So
with
please, Joseph, Svida, could you explain to the people that have been absent what is going on right now?
Joseph looks at all of you. There's this very smug grin as he looks upon Svira, leans against his blade. Yes, go on, Every. Come on. Tell them what you did. Tell them what you tried to do to me. Tell me what you tried to do to everyone below deck. And then immediately looks back at you. Oh, don't worry, they're all alive. But he kind of just shrugs. Zvira is silent.
Svida?
Her eyes look upon you. Roll me an insight check.
Oh, 30-20.
There is a look of defeat, and you have no other context to what or to why. So, Joseph just kind of catches all of your attention. Minutes before or after you went away, she made her way down to the main deck. Of course, she tried to intimidate me, tried to provoke me when that did not happen. She tried to decapitate some of your recovering guests. So I snapped her arm. Don't worry, it's still there somewhere. He kind of just moved. And I guess we just had a heart-to-heart. Because I was very curious of why she did this. As he kind of gives you this like grand sway with a hand over these red silhouettes. Just kind of around both of them, staring down at Swida. She has a lot to answer for. Even to me, actually. I have several gifts, curses, whatever you wish to do, but the most cruel, the most bloodthirsty of them all comes from this little thing in front of us, bound on her knees. Since you're the captain of the ship, you might as well ask the questions.
I know this is a question we've been evading a long time. And like there's actually moving towards her. But I would like a totally honest answer. Do not leave anything out. Who are you?
At this point, though, subtle Terry does have a hand on his weapon.
Roll a
So
persuasion check.
far, I've accepted the fact that you've legitimately called me a vessel. Something to feast on sometimes. An immortal vessel that would feed you forever. And I do say, I love your presence aboard this ship. A noble identity, one of power and grace at the same time. We only have a few of those. But sadly, a single individual is not enough to value risking the entire crew's lives. So please, with full honesty, for you, for me, for the safety of the team, answer me. Who are you?
There is a very long pause. And then he looks at Joseph, looks at you. I shall, no lies, no deceits, but with two asks before that I wish to be fulfilled.
All depends on your answers.
I wish to be unbound, and I wish for him to release them. She kind of looks upon all those shades. These shades, even though they're like maybe 40, 30 feet apart, some of them are gliding mid-air, seem to be ever so slightly just nudging towards Zvita. And she kind of looks back at you and says, "Could you do that for me?"
What exactly are they? I'm asking that question more towards Joseph than to her. These shades.
These are her sisters, or as they would refer, they are her daughters. See, the first time I met her, she went by the name of Every. She owned a massive castle, a piece of land, was a cult of demons, a very respected by surrounding kingdoms for their insight, not a very warring entity, for they were low in numbers. Everybody had their own free will. Everybody was powerful to their own right. But everybody loved everyone. From the tiniest librarian of tin to the tallest brawler of Savannah, all of them adored her. They saw her as their matriarch, their mother, their guide. I did not see the place for a long time, but the last time I went to, it was in ruin. Mangled corpses of them all. Their living specters waking up because in me they remembered their mother's gift, and they now haunt me for vengeance for her. Which I mean, I'm more than eager to disperse seeing that what she did to me. You see Zvira's gaze looks at Joseph's with this disdain and fury. I given you the tools to carve out your destiny, and you used it quite well. I remember the offerings you offered me. The gaze lowers. The right eye glares with this fiery heat of the iris staring back. I did not know what I possessed, and the only time I realized was when I accidentally massacred a bunch of people and made a literal river of blood, where you dance upon the sky, proclaiming yourself the Queen of Crimson. Then Joseph looks at you, Lecter. I killed about 62,000 people in what matter of 7 minutes? Do you know how many screams, how many beggings, how much of a bloodbath it was? It was not supposed to be, but it was. Everyone's silent. Not a single word is spoken. Is there anyone who would like to speak?
So,
Terry kind of. Well, if Lecter doesn't say anything for a bit, because Terry will hold his tongue. If
go
Lecter
ahead.
says something.
Go ahead.
Terry walks over to Lecter and says something quietly, just out of earshot if anyone else could listen. My experience. People willing to kill their own friends and allies are not worth it. I would not trust them. And he kind of just lets his arm go and takes a step back.
Up until this point, I've seen both of you as valuable companions. Joseph as a new addition, but someone with profound knowledge, as I've been informed, at least to a certain subject that is very important to us. While Svida filled a more personal role. It is obvious that you cannot coexist aboard this ship. At least not in the current form.
All of a sudden, there's a sudden gaze from Joseph. We can. Because if it was an act of cruelty, an act of butchery, you already would arrive to see her carcass just spread all across this main deck. The shades feasting on it. But even in death, the shades do not want to kill her. I guess they want a reason. And I'm also kind of curious as well. Why would someone so adored by their peers would do such horrid tasks? Their own kin or kith or whatever they were.
Vede? Give me a name.
Long ago, my first name was Every. Every Star Song.
Every.
I lived for millennium. A lot of them. You seen my dealings, you heard some of my dealings with what I been up to. A very promising beginning, a very gentle circumstance, a very prosperous endeavors, and a very bright future. And then, as with every dawn, comes dusk, and everything just falls to ruin.
So it is with everything in life. The question is whether we can recognize when this downfall begins.
It never began with me, it always began with my surroundings.
It never began with you. What role do you play in this?
My role is but one of who tries to build something, it being torn into splinters, and me with those splinters in my skin impaled, trying to look for something else. And then her eyes looks up at Joseph. I loved my sisters. They were my sisters. They were not my daughters. I loved them with my heart's content. But ruin has come to that world as well. Like to so many places. When I informed them of what's gonna happen, all of them volunteered to die by my hand. One by one. I clawed their throats out, watching their life ebb before my eyes. There was no content of anger, just a look of contentness in this cruel fate. Even I expired eventually. And again, and again, and again. And then, for the first time forever, there's a glint, a spark of joy with this small smirk across her face as she looks upon Joseph. It's been at least 6.5 millennia since I last saw you. Why the hell do you look so young? There's silence between them two. Does anyone want to do something?
You had a lot to feast on.
Why isn't anything ever simple?
It never is, isn't it?
Things can never be simple. Never for us, at least.
Well,
There's many options as to what we can do here.
I do have to
First
say,
of all,
looks over to Lexi.
things other souls. Let's have them decide themselves on their fate. Again, Zvida, give me a name. Not one of yours, but one of the ones you killed.
Anyone in particular? I killed so
One of the
many.
first generation. Those apparently loving you and still bound in this form.
Then release me off my bound.
Book?
No. I am bound by Joseph. Something around my wrists, binding me to my chest.
Do I see the wolf
Joseph?
there?
Huh?
Do I see the wolf there?
Yeah, you see the wolf. The wolf is staring above Zvira, maybe 3 feet above. Its mouth is shut, its eyes gleaming in its scalp. It is not moving at all.
Like a
Yeah,
guard
dude.
dog.
So, like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna order me to release the bounce?
Not yet. I will approach you, Zvida. I do not intend to hurt you. I will not hurt you. Just don't move. Lecter grabs one of the diamonds from his bag of holding, and using a bludgeoning version of Shocking Grasp, he literally crushes it in his hand. And sprays all of the dust into the air surrounding Zvida. And as it slowly settles into an incredibly intricate pattern of tiny runes. It takes a while to settle, roughly a minute. I'm casting an inverted magic circle.
Oh boy.
Zvida, as the definition of a fiend, has disadvantage on attacking anyone outside, cannot charm, frighten, or possess anyone outside, and cannot leave the circle without my explicit permission. Teleporting out requires a charisma check against my save DC.
There.
And because I upcast a spell using heightened spell, she makes said check at disadvantage.
Nice.
How close is Terry or Gen to Julie right now?
It could be from 5 to 10 feet.
Okay. If they are in earshot, they will see Julie pull out her sending stone and start whispering, "Callie, I'm very scared right now. Just let me know that you're okay. Even if I don't know what's going on over there. But just let me know you're okay." And I'll put it back away.
I hate this.
At that comment, actually,
That is so sus.
despite the tense situation, Terry kind of turns around and starts walking, going to underdeck to the room he was beforehand. He's walking out of here.
Are you leaving?
Still face down on the floor, remember?
Yeah, no, Terry's just, like, no explanation. He just kind of just turns around and starts walking away.
Uh-huh.
Mm.
But yeah, the circle is set.
Release the seal.
He extends his right hand, and all of a sudden, you see the wrist just kind of spring freely, and you realize Zvita's left hand seems to be snapped in several sections. As you see her, there's like 3 more places where you could like bend, but she does not use her left hand. As all of a sudden she just kind of just still kneeling, just kind of extends her hand towards the location where you at, but just slightly to the side and into the several shades. Just extends her hand.
Mm-hmm.
Tin. And all of a sudden you see about like 4.5, maybe 4 or 5, maybe lower shade just slowly start to drift towards Zvita. I procured hundreds upon thousands of books for a little collection. As all of a sudden you see as like 10 feet closer to Zvita, all of a sudden the shade of red loses its coloration, becomes a pale shade, and all of a sudden the shade's form seems to gain more and more shape. Less of a specter of a shape, but more like a translucent humanoid figure. And you see this long red hair to the point that longer than her actual like height, and there's like a good 1.5 feet of hair behind her. And all of a sudden, as she approaches Zvita, she goes for a full hug, and Zvita hugs her back with one hand. And moments after, the shade of tin all of a sudden just evaporates into a sparkling mist of whiteness. As it evaporates, there is a look of sadness and defeat upon Zvita as she looks upon you, Lecter.
Lecter is literally standing like on the other side of the circle, just completely unfazed. Like his face doesn't really show emotion apart from like brightness of eyes or whatever. But it has this horribly tense stature to this. Almost militant. I say that your memory is still leaving you with these souls. And what is it that brought you to perform these kinds of acts?
The world has died. The
Has
sun...
it?
She nods. The sun became hotter and hotter. And eventually nothing but plains could be seen wherever you looked. We had no escape. We had no choice. And while my sisters were naive, I wasn't. Joseph kind of nods, looks at you, Lecter. Yeah. The sand, desert, no life. Just barren.
Does this mean that you proclaim their deaths a form of mercy?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
And what about these? Earlier today, we heard that you attempted to kill in this world as well. We've heard that the world is dying. Are we at the point where we need mercy already?
She kind of looks upon Joseph. In that regard, he is more of an expert.
Then tell me, please. Is our world forsaken? Impossible to recover?
Are you telling this to
Worthy of
Joseph?
killing?
Are
Like,
you...
I would imagine I'm standing a good 30 feet away from him.
Uh-huh.
But I would say it loud enough that he would hear it.
Uh-huh. He kind of walks closer to you. If the world was truly doomed and free-falling into ruin, we would not be having this conversation.
I agree.
The skies would break meteors of darkness all across this plane. Masses reaping through the lands, consuming everything, manifesting bigger, tougher beings, and eventually consuming all. A single island sounds a bit trivial to me, honestly. But then again, underestimating an opponent is quite bad in many ways of warfare. Here's the thing, Lecter. The world is always in ruin. The world is always in freefall. Same as a creature takes a breath and breathes out. If it does not take another basket of air, eventually it will suffocate and die. There is this cycle, you could say. There's always something that will threaten the world, that will lead to ruin, but there's always countermeasures against it. Question is, are you going to be the countermeasure to this thing that is prevalent, that is becoming more and more visible by the day?
That's what we hope. I'm kind of looking back at the rest of the group. The fact that granting release and mercy to our crew was considered an option by someone aboard this ship because they weren't confident that we would succeed is an insult. A clear insult to our competence, our power,
Was this the
and
parasite?
to all the things
Was this the
that we want to
parasite?
achieve. What?
Was it? There's almost like a grim smile over his face.
The insult right now is clearly coming from Svita. The thing that is the threat is a completely different story. I don't expect the crew to commit suicide because a dragon is fought upstairs. And neither do I expect my crew to be killed. Because apparently the world is ending. Until we failed, there's no need for mercy.
Zvira looks upon you. Then I'll fight for you and with you. I just don't trust him as he eyes Joseph. Both of us are bad people. Both of us have done many bad things. The severity of how bad it is, it's all a matter of perspective.
What do you propose then? A full pardon? This ship does not have the concept of punishment or payment because it was never necessary. Peace one was an undisputed agreement. I would like to propose something for you, Zvida. A safety measure put in place by me, controlled by me, to keep you two apart. You'll stay with me. We can communicate. We can exchange information if necessary. But I wish to make sure that you, unless without my explicit permission, are just not capable of harming someone.
Or she could just swear that she's not gonna try to attack me or anyone else. Cause maybe one time, long time ago, how many millennia ago you said, I feared you. I saw what you did to the people who I walked next in line. Now I have no fear upon you, because I changed, thanks somewhat to you. So...
how do we dissolve this then?
if she's so repentant, if she's so eager to, whatever you call it, flip a new page in the book, chapter, whatever, let her be as she was. But if she steps out of line, especially on me, I'll see no reason why I just don't end her. There's a saying, at least in my place, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on me as well, because I did not keep close his eyes. That's the wrong saying. Wrong context. I'm sorry. But nevertheless, something about those lines of, she stepped out of line once, she's here. She'll step out of line twice, she'll be dead.
Are those terms that you can agree to, Zvida?
She looks upon you, then looks upon Joseph, then looks upon Julie, looks upon Joseph again. I'd ask for two things out of you, Joseph. As you call yourself now. The human just kind of stretches his back, waiting for the eagerness to just hear it out. Let them come to me, one by one, so their souls can finally rest. And then, for the other, I wish for your mercy. For you know whom. Joseph just kind of stares. There is a sound of grinding of teeth in that mouth of his, and there's all of a sudden just a crack, as if a tooth broke. And looks at you, Lecter. That can be arranged. Do you agree with this?
I do.
All of a sudden, he kind of just stares slightly above his widow. And a few seconds after, he just kind of spits to the side. You see just this jagged, crumpled piece of tube with a bunch of blood. And all of a sudden, you see all the silhouettes, one by one, slowly approaching. And as they approach, you see all of them change coloration and then gain more detail. In a matter of half a minute, he's essentially bodied by over 46 individuals. Some are shorter, some are taller than her. And by one, all of them vanish and disperse until no one but Sveta remains there, weeping silently. I know that this is rough, lecture, especially that this is not what I intended to be, honestly. I would like some privacy with her, since she seems to be eager for some sort of mercy of mine. Might as well hear it.
Do so. One last thing before you go. I cast mass sending. Again, targeting every single person on the ship. Today, we needed to invoke a rule that has never needed to be spoken out aboard this ship. We are already part of a great conflict. I do not want for anyone aboard the ship to fear being betrayed by their own comrades. This crew acts as one, and anyone who dares hurt another without my explicit commission and permission here on forwards, they'll be dealt with appropriately. There is no reason to attack another. Let this be clear. It is a stupidly simple message, but it just needed to be done. God.
Yep.
There's like an honest hate in like this voice with that.
All of a sudden, you see just gonna approach Zvita, and then you kind of grabs her by the shoulder and just kind of pulls her up on their legs.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna have to go.
Good luck.
See you around then.
It's like 10:30 now.
See you around.
Oh yeah, we should probably call it. Oh boy, it's been over almost 5 hours. Oh god.
Hey, Eric,
Uh-huh.
is there one more thing I can do before we fully call it?
Yeah.
This is not something Terry traditionally ever does out of Eric's experience here, but desperate times. Can Terry make a prayer?
Prayer, sure.
It's no idea what chances of actually getting an answer out of this are, but Terry asked a very legitimate prayer to Pharasma to know if she's dead, to know if Callie's dead.
Well, immediately there's no response. Also, so
Thank you.
with a snap of fingers, all of a sudden, the darkness and the gaze of the stars subside, and you're met with daylight in the archipelago. So, with that, I think we're gonna call it, because it's been 4.5 hours. So you decide what you want to do next, because you kind of did your shopping stuff. So,
Was apparently one more shop that we didn't visit, but that will be decided next session.
that's
For
not a
this
shop.
evening, it needs to turn out everybody's tired. And there was a bit of a bad debate.
So, do you wanna anything you wanna say before I'm shutting this room down with no Sahara's go?
Yes, I redeemed the hydrate option, and you have not hydrated. How dare you?
I drank so many times today. Shut up! I also drank today.
No mercy for betrayers.
No mercy.
It's very suspicious now.
Oh yeah.
I can't
by the way,
imagine anyone killing a comrade on this ship.
Shut
That's
up,
terrible.
Shut up. By the way, you're all level 19.
Oh dang.
Okay.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
This is gonna be different.
Well, okay, that's good news. It's still suspicious.
Oh god,
though.
oh god.
Very suspicious, very sussy. Also, Julie, Mythic level 5. Let's go.
Oh fuck.
Huzzah!
Huzzah!
Bastard.
That's going to be